Good evening and welcome to this evening's meeting. Please can Democratic Services read out the housekeeping?
Thank you. Please note this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point, which is in the front car park of this building. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off mics and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can you let us know the apologies and any substitutes for tonight's meeting?
Thanks, Chair. So we've had apologies from Councillor John Beasley on local government business, Councillor Margaret Phipps, Councillor Vicky Slade, Councillor Michael Tarling and Councillor Tony Trent. And substitute members, we've got Councillor Toby Slade here for Councillor Beasley, Councillor Leslie Dedman for Councillor Phipps, Councillor Emily Pankhurst for Councillor Slade, and we're also expecting Councillor Bernadette Nonovo for Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much. And welcome Councillor Slade, Councillor Dedman, Councillor Pankhurst now, and Councillor Novo when she arrives. Can we have any declarations of interest? If anyone has any, welcome Councillor Novo. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interests or any other interest on any items on the agenda? No. Okay, moving on to item 4 on confirmation of minutes. Do we have any comments on the minutes or a mover?
As one of the few people who was at the previous meeting, I'm happy to propose.
Thank you. And Councillor Butler, happy to second. Thank you. Do we have agreement on the minutes? Okay, that's agreed by consensus. Okay, let's take a few minutes to look at the action sheet. As a reminder, the action sheet was only introduced, intended to be an aid memoir for committee members, rather than a sort of something more official than that. You'll see that some of them have been updated, and ones that are in green should move to completed after this meeting. A number of them are related to the Future Places investigation, which, as you know, is not being discussed today, but most of them I would hope should be closed when that comes back to committee. I didn't have any comments on any other items, but councillors welcome to. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I noticed there's a lot of actions that were regarding Future Places, which have now been rolled up in a new, what appears to be a new action 74. So, and I was trying to understand if those actions have actually been included in the new action, because it didn't seem to me to be covering it.
Yeah, new item 70.
Yeah, if you go to page 25, it's actually yeah, it's question number 39, and there's a whole load of actions which now have been superseded by action 74.
Fine. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, from my perspective, I think the Future Place investigation I think of as a separate piece of work to what we would usually use the action tracker for, because obviously as we went through, there were a large number of items to take forward at the next meeting. So when it comes back to us, I would expect all of those items to be addressed in that. So I didn't, when we started the action tracker, I didn't envisage that would be necessarily the place for all of the various bits and pieces within the Future Places discussion, but they're there. So when it comes back to us, I would hope that those at least are all addressed, but there are other actions as well from our wider discussion. Can I suggest that we pick this up when Future Places comes back here, which should be at one of the next few meetings, At that point, I would hope you would agree that all the items there would be addressed in that.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that seems a sensible thing to do. The only thing I would say is that because they are green, it would imply that they are completed. And so maybe they shouldn't be as green, they may be a different colour.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Let's keep them all as orange until we conclude the future places item. I think that the action tracker is not a particularly helpful place. The action tracker I envisaged was for these sorts of items that come up in the course of all of our discussions and make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. But I think of the future place investigation as a separate work stream in such. So it's not that it isn't useful, but there's more to it than that. So let's make sure that we close down everything at once when we do the future places final report at this committee. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on that and making sure that nothing falls through the cracks, I'd like to suggest that we take the actions regarding future places, and we put them separately, keep them separate, and ensure that the full list is there and that they're not marked green if they haven't been completed. Thank you.
Yeah, fine with that. Good. Anything else on the action tracker? Good. It should look a lot tidier without all the future places items. Good. Okay, moving on to item number 5, public issues. Can Democratic Services let us know if there are public questions, statements or petitions?
Thank you. Firstly, there are 3 public questions. The first is from Mr. Alex McKinstry in relation to agenda items 6 and 14. Whenever you're ready, Mr. McKinstry.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, good evening, committee. Good evening, Chair. Question is as follows. Relates to item 6, which is the external auditor's report, and item 14, which is the forward plan. The external auditor's report includes an improvement recommendation concerning governance, that an action plan be devised to address the 18 recommendations arising from the Future Places investigation. I'm surprised, therefore, to find no Future Places related meetings included in tonight's forward plan. Can the Chair give an assurance that at least one such meeting will take place? And will the following matters also be up for debate at that meeting? 1. Any responses to the letters sent to Future Places stakeholders in December? 2. The replies to the numerous concerns raised by committee members in meetings. These have been provided as annotations to the action sheets since the 27th of November, but the committee doesn't seem to be aware of this, and as the action sheets aren't classed as items of business, public statements on these responses haven't been submissible. And the final part of this question, will the aforementioned correspondence with Future Places stakeholders be published?
At least one further meeting is likely to take place on Future Places. The timing of this meeting will be discussed with the committee when appropriate. The form and content of the material presented will depend to some extent on responses received from Future Places stakeholders. The meeting will allow for discussion of the final report ahead of making recommendations to full council. The intent of the Future Places investigation throughout has been to publish as widely as reasonably possible, subject to the normal constraints.
Okay, thank you.
And there are 2 questions from Mr. Ian Redmond on the agenda item 8, procurement and contract management strategy delivery plan. First question, has the council considered the practical burden its procurement processes place on small local businesses? The invitation to tender for a recent Mudderford concession was 42 pages long, which a bidder must read simply to understand how to submit a bid. A small trader wishing to operate a single refreshment van was then required to complete 4 separate submissions: the procurement-specific questionnaire, form of tender, pricing submission, and a detailed quality submission. The quality section alone required extensive written responses on areas such as business planning, staffing, marketing, sustainability, and experience, potentially running to dozens of pages. For a small local operator without dedicated bid writing staff, this represents many hours, often days, of unpaid work just to submit a bid. Does the council recognise that such processes create a real barrier to small local businesses? And what specific steps has it taken to simplify procurement and reduce unnecessary paperwork?
The council does consider the practical burden its procurement processes place on small local businesses. Indeed, Procurement Act 2023 is geared to be supplier friendly as far as reasonably practicable, whilst maintaining transparency, equal treatment and fairness alongside value for money, integrity and public benefit. With reference to the procurement of concessions at BCP, the council has reviewed and clarified procedures and communicated internally that mobile traders are out of the scope of rules relating to the procurement of concessions. Mobile traders are subject to pitch fees, however, such fees are calculated. Services should lead on the sourcing of mobile trading operators. Services will, of course, maintain focus on transparency, equal treatment, and fairness alongside value for money, integrity, and public benefit. For the avoidance of doubt, mobile traders is taken to mean third parties who utilise BCP's ground for their operational footprint in combination with their own privately owned assets, i.e. they install their equipment within a designated ground pitch, be it on a high street, car park, or a patch of grass in a park, sand on a beach and so on, and they sell product. This includes food and or beverage at street/park/seafront settings, goods and services at a specific event such as fairs, concerts, sporting events, festivals and other large gatherings, and typically involving food, beverage, merchandise, massage or other goods, services tailored to the event's audience.
And question 2. In November, I asked to provide coffee at the Kings Park Park Run over the Christmas period, a time-limited 4-week trial. The proposal was small in scale, around 3 hours on Saturday mornings, non-exclusive, and included a commitment to donate 10% of sales towards funding a bench in the park. Council officers stated that the proposal could not proceed because it would need to be offered out to other traders, and procurement was later cited as supporting that position. However, the proposal was only for a very short, low-value trial. If this interpretation is correct, it could affect many small businesses and may prevent innovative ideas or small-scale trials that help grow the local economy. What specific regulation, policy or legal requirement prevented officers from approving a short trial of this kind?
There is no specific regulation, policy or legal requirement that prevented officers from approving a short trial of this kind.
There are now 3 public statements from Mr. Philip Gatchell on agenda item 6. 2014 Act. On the 26th of February 2026, the external auditor referenced my statement to this committee when saying, quote, "I was factually incorrect. The firm hadn't considered my objection. I did not state that nor that my objections had been ignored. Nonetheless, I perceived tardy resolution. Regarding the 2014 Act processes and related National Audit Office Code, in brackets code, my objections were submitted within time by the 8th of August 2025 and accepted 12th September 2025. My questions were submitted within time, though by default not answered, warranting explanatory analysis beyond the scope of these 150 permitted words. The code states, where the auditor is not able to decide the objection within 6 months, they should inform the objector and the authority and provide a further update on progress every 3 months until the objection is decided. My public issues on and since the 16th of October 2025 identify limitations in the 2024-25 external audit. The next 2 statements record events and actuality. Statement 2. 2024-25 external audit conclusion. My preceding statement identifies basic misunderstandings concerning 2014 Act obligations. Finalised statement of accounts, page 132, includes the auditor's report wording dated the 27th of February 2026, stating the audit cannot be formally concluded because, for example, objections are under consideration. Regarding the preceding statement, the code is implicit that timely notice is sent in writing direct to registered local government electors regarding progress and objection resolution, as was the auditor's 2023-24 practice. There is no onus on objectors to view council meetings or impersonal reports online to obtain that information. The 1st of November 2025 interim and the 27th of February 2026 final reporting packs include 2024-25 outcome sections regarding use of auditors' powers. The narratives such as "we have not made any written declarations" could, in a 2014 Act context, be construed as applying to not only auditor findings but also electors' objections. The latter consideration apart, my final statement records reporting omissions and concerns. Statement 3. 2024-25 reporting emissions. The Code clarifies that materiality is not exclusively measured in monetary terms because reportable significant matters also have qualitative values, as can arise from governance and internal control failures. Related concerns include draft accounts note 16, net positive bank balances of 4,794,000 metamorphosis to an overdrawn £21,429,220, as explained in my 15th of January 2026 Statement 1. However, earlier intimations, the final audit findings inconsistently omit this particular material revision. The Auditor's 2014 Act powers are not limited to public interest reports and court declarations and include written recommendations. Protocols preclude discussion of public statements, but not an auditor's remediation statement today regarding specifically the following. My 15th of January 2026 Statement 2 identifies £52,618 banked deputyship funds apparently misspent when the Council's account was confirmed as overdrawn. Regarding my objection, these trust funds were temporarily treated as cash balances pending investigation. Final accounts note 16 is silent on the matter. And there is also a statement from Mr. Redman on agenda item 8. The procurement report reads as something produced to fulfil a reporting requirement rather than to provide meaningful information or assurance to those charged with governance. The report presents activity rather than evidence of improved procurement governance or outcomes. Key performance measures rely on percentages without supporting base data, which significantly limits their value and prevents effective scrutiny. For example, a reduction in SME contracts from 48% to 46% provides no meaningful insight without the actual number of contracts or explanation of the underlying chain. The report lacks transparency and depth. The 57 commitments are not clearly set out. There is no breakdown by service area and there is minimal analysis of procurement risk. Procurement sits at the heart of financial control and good governance. Reports of this standard raises serious concerns about the effectiveness of oversight.
Thank you. And on that statement, I would like to add that as chair, I'm to rule out of order statements that I believe to be derogatory. And the reason that one was not ruled out of order is because I am assuming and taking it to be a reflection on the type of report that the ANG committee receive, rather than a reflection of that specific report, the authorship of it, or the officers involved. I see that as a reflection of the level of detail going to ANG, and that is the light in which I have interpreted that, and as such, not consider it derogatory. If it were the other way, I would take a different view. I would distance myself from that. But on that, I note that we are unable to debate the public statements or public questions, and I've been asked to remind us of that. So, moving on to item number 6, which is the External Auditor's Annual Report 2024-2025 final. I think some of us will wonder how many final reports we will have. We saw this same report back in November, didn't we? But I think it would be helpful to clarify where we are with it. So handing over now to Mr. Morris and Ms. Appleby.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as is set out on the covering report, the majority of this report remains unchanged. The only element which has been changed just reflects the updated position in respect of the final accounts opinion that has been issued. So it just pulls together on your page 44 the findings from the financial statements audit and confirms that the date of the audit opinion was the 27th of January 2026. So we are required to issue this as a final version so that it can be published on the Council's website as a final version, and it has been submitted to PSAA as such. So as there's no substantive changes to it and it has already been discussed, It's therefore just presented for information.
Thank you very much. As I said, we have already discussed this particular report back in November. Members are entitled to ask questions again if you so desire. However, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, the accounts are to the end of March 2025, and flag up in those concerns about SEND and dedicated school grants. Of course, we now know 90% of SEND is sorted, and there are actions in place for DSG. I was, however, concerned to read a number of posts locally on social media saying that grant sorters have placed a number of disclaimers into the accounts, and the posters were saying, oh gosh, there are severe problems with the accounts. Well, of course, I know, and the committee know, this isn't the situation, and on page 44, grant sorter mentioned a backstop. Can Mr. Morris, to allay the fears of residents who have read about the fact that there are hidden dangers in the accounts, explain this backstop, which I believe is still carrying on into the accounts which you're now yet to audit?
Thank you. So through the chair, the backstop is a government intervention to try to address the fact that over half of local authority accounts were not being completed in a timely way. Now, back in 22-23, we were unable to complete the financial statements audit of BCP, and therefore a disclaimed opinion was issued. Now, that disclaimer of the opinion continues for 24-25 and will continue into 25-26 because we don't have any assurance over the opening balances or the financial transactions within that year that remained unaudited. I would emphasise the BCP only had 1 year that was not audited and therefore is in a favourable position in order for us to regain assurance. So we've been in discussion with the regulators and with the sector around what work is required for us to move into a position whereby we can rebuild assurance and remove that disclaimer. I would like to emphasise that both the 23-24 and the 24-25 full audit was completed, and the only issue related to the disclaimer in respect of that unaudited year of 22-23. So there are any issues that were identified as a result of those audits have been brought through to the audit committee and have been reflected within the audit findings report and in the audit opinion. Does that help, Councillor?
Yes, thank you very much. Make it clear to me, and hopefully that will get reported locally.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if you could say a bit more about your assessment on the governance criteria. So I'm noticing on the first page of the BCP report in the summary, we're saying that the governance section is an amber, and that no significant weaknesses have been identified. Yet there's 4 improvement recommendations that have been made to council. Thank you. Regarding treasury management, officer complaints, lessons learned reporting, and council-owned companies. I'm thinking particularly around, I'm interested in the council-owned companies, given that our future places internal audit is still in draft form. So therefore, I'm questioning whether the recommendations of that report have been fully implemented, as they haven't been before council yet. And I'm just wondering, in the absence of that, could you say a bit more to give some reassurance to our residents? Because obviously we want to prevent the repetition of another future places happening within our council-owned companies. Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair, further detail is provided on your page 53, 54, 55 and 56, which highlights those recommendations and those areas which we've assessed as amber. And again, your improvement recommendations are on pages 57, 58 and 59. Now, what I would like to clarify is that there's a risk assessment that we follow, and there are 3 types of recommendation that we can raise. The first is a statutory recommendation, also known as a written recommendation, and that's one which is of the greatest severity and requires to be reported through to full council and requires a response. The second level is a key recommendation, and again, that's a recommendation where we see that there's significant weaknesses in the council's arrangements, and therefore we make a recommendation of such gravity. And then the third one is just an improvement recommendation. Now, an improvement recommendation, or where there's an amber assessment, is basically saying the council could move to best practice or could further improve its current arrangements. So what we're saying here in these issues in relation to the governance arrangements is that it's not a significant weakness in the council's arrangements, but we believe that those overall arrangements can be improved a bit further. So hopefully the further detail on the pages that I've referenced is helpful. And obviously what we will be doing is following up these recommendations as part of our 25-26 value for money work. And that work is starting in the next week or so.
Thank you. We talked about this previously, and I wonder, reading that now, when we take our recommendations from the Future Places investigation to full council, it might be useful in that report to full council to reflect on some of these comments from the external auditor on the value of those recommendations. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, first time I've been through this one, so I haven't seen it before. So please excuse me if I'm repeating some I've already. But I was, and I think it was alluded to in one of the questions earlier on. But the improvement recommendations that are in the report, practically, how do we manage and track those to make sure those actions are completed? For example, one that sprung out to me was improvement recommendation number 2, which they're recommending is that we should be updating our constitution to ensure it's consistent with the JNC guidance. You know, where are we with that? Who's responsible for making sure that that is done?
I can answer that one. That's come into the Constitution Review Working Group, and that's on the plan for the Constitution Review Working Group, so that will come to us. But actually, perhaps Mr. Filmer or Mr. Sannard, if you'd like to comment on how we make sure that all of these recommendations are picked up.
I might actually refer to Robin in regards to the Constitution Work Group, if that's right. But in terms of the other recommendation around the company governance side of things, there is a conversation that we're starting to have around the board membership, particularly around members sitting on that board, because we've had recent resignations. So that is now a sort of a live conversation that we're looking at, and will be sort of actioned on the part of that improvement.
But just more generally, when in each of the value for money reports that the external auditor provides annually, the recommendations in it, as far as I've perceived, have been treated very seriously and followed up before the next year's value for money report is done. So I'm sure, just in principle, it is referred to throughout the year to make sure that they're delivered before the next report. So yeah, because you're talking about more at a high level, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm talking about is the process and who's responsible. How do we do it? How practically? How do we make sure this is actually happening? You know, who's held to account to make sure they are done? I'm thinking maybe they ought to actually form part of the action sheet because it's registered and we can track it and make sure it's being done.
Shall we ask for the action tracker? Should we put an item for sometime in the summer before the external auditors do the value for money for this year? That there's a brief update to the committee on progress on the recommendations in the last year's value for money report. Does that sound something that would work with your cycle, Mr. Film?
For you, Chair, yeah, happy to. And I think being in my interim role, I would be responsible for that.
Councillor Cox.
Can I just also say that I would welcome that. I think that's a really good initiative that we should do, just to make sure that we're keeping on track. Okay.
Thank you. Did you want to raise anything else, Councillor Bartlett? Okay, well, with that, thank you very much. I find these value for money reports really, really helpful and useful. For the way you the way you present them, I find really helpful in presenting the key issues. So appreciated. All right. With that, it is recommended that Audit and Governance Committee notes the findings, recommendations, and management comments in relation to the External Auditor's Annual Report 2024-25 Final Value for Money Arrangements Report. Do we have consensus to note that? Excellent. Right. Item 7. Also, External Auditor. This is the audit plan for 2025-26. Mr. Morris, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is the audit plan that reflects the planned programme of activity for the year ending the 31st of March 2026, so in 12 days' time. And it sets out those key risks that we'll be focusing on. There have been some changes this year in relation to the underlying code, which again will require some additional work for us to undertake to make sure that the Council has implemented those changes appropriately. But I think the committee has probably heard enough from me. So what I'd like to do is hand over to my colleague, Ros Appley. So Ros is taking over from Katie as the audit manager this year. Ros has lots of experience as an audit manager. So I'd like to introduce her to you and let her take you through the plan. Thank you, Ros.
Thank you, Barry. Good evening, everyone. It's lovely to meet you all. So I will take the report as read, but just wanted to draw your attention to a few key matters. So the first was on page 85 of your packs, and this is in relation to the backstop. So it's quite fitting in relation to the question in relation to the auditor's annual report a moment ago. So the first thing to note here is that the regulators are bringing their deadline in terms of us producing published accounts forward in 2026-2027 to the end of November. So that means for us internally at Grant Thornton, we have made the decision that we will be using that as our kind of deadline to ensure that we are on track for that actual deadline that comes into force in 2026-27. So to ensure that we can deliver the audit in that timeline, it's really important that we work really, really closely with the council to come up with a very clear work plan to ensure that we can deliver that, and also ensuring that responses are provided in a very timely manner and evidence is of a good quality that we need it to be. So we will work very closely with the finance team come the final accounts period to ensure we can deliver that in time. The 24-25 accounts were obviously signed off at the end of February, so that's kind of a 3-month gap that we need to bridge there, but we're confident that we will be able to do that if we work closely with the finance team. The other thing that this page makes reference to is the local audit recovery and that kind of regaining assurance piece that we made reference to in the councillor's question on the auditor's annual report. So as Barry made reference to, the 2023 audit opinion was disclaimed, and at the moment we're kind of having conversations and undertaking work to understand the timelines and the work that we need to do in terms of that regaining assurance piece. So we're doing that at the moment, and we'll be having conversations with the council over the coming months to work out what that timeline will likely look at, so that ultimately we are in a position where we don't have to disclaim that opinion due to the lack of assurance over reserves and those opening balances there. The next area I wanted to draw your attentions to was on page 87 of the packs, and this just sets out our significant risks. These significant risks remain unchanged from prior year, and they are around management override of controls. So this links through to our journals testing that we will undertake, the valuation of land and buildings, and this includes council dwellings as well, investment properties, and the pension fund net liability position. This page also makes reference to the value for money arrangements, and it sets out our risks of significant weakness for 2025-26. So the first is in relation to the DSG deficit and the kind of the financial position relating to that. And the impact upon reserves and the cash flow of the council there. And the second is in relation to the statutory direction in relation to send. So these are risks. It doesn't mean they will be reported as significant weaknesses again in 25-26, but it means that they will be an area of key focus for us in our value for money work. The next page is on 94, and this makes reference to some of the changes to the code that Barry made reference to. So there has been a change in the code, and this affects PPE. There is now a need for indexation to be applied to assets that aren't formally revalued each year. So this has been identified as a risk because it is the first year of implementing this for the council. So there is an element of unknown in terms of how these should be applied, what are the correct indices to use. So this will be a key area of focus for us this year. And the other area we've identified as a risk is, again, linked to the dedicated schools grant deficit position, which I've already made reference to in relation to value for money, but we will also consider this as part of our accounts work in terms of the cash flow impacts of this. The only other page I wanted to make reference to was on page 97 of your packs, and this is just in relation to materiality. Obviously, our work is undertaken on the basis of materiality. We'd be here all year if we didn't use this. So materiality has increased slightly from 24-25, and our proposed materiality threshold is 20.6 million. So this is what we will use to determine the areas that should be subject to testing in year. That was everything in terms of the papers. I just wanted to give a quick update in terms of progress on planning so far. So we have had a couple of weeks of planning time and have made some really, really good progress on our testing and work so far. We have been able to get out 2 samples already and have started to have responses on those from the finance team. So we're in a really good position, and we just want to thank the finance team for their responsiveness and efforts over the last few weeks. Appreciate it's a very, very busy time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear and helpful, and welcome. I'm sure we'll be seeing you
Thank you.
throughout the year. I'm just reflecting that I think it's ambitious to bring forward the deadline for this year to November, given it's signed up in February. But I very much welcome that approach. I think that I think the committee would agree that it's no small ask for you to deliver to that timeline. But I very much support that that plan. And I would ask that maybe Democratic Services might think about the timing of our meetings to make that work as well as possible. Okay, do any committee members have any questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I just wanted to check in on the pension fund. And hello, Ros. It's lovely to see you, and thank you for your report. So we've experienced in the past delays, which has impacted our audit process. I'm just wondering what protection or safeguards we've got in place this year to stop that happening, or if we've received any assurance from Dorset Council regarding the pension fund. Are they on track to deliver as we would expect them to? Thanks.
Thank you. So I think, as we've discussed at previous audit committees, the audit of the pension fund and Dorset Pension Fund is now undertaken by my team and one of my directors that works for me. So we are prioritising the delivery of the pension fund audits to ensure that those are completed prior to the, as the first batch of audits that are completed, so that we can sign our audit opinions by the end of November. If there are issues that are arising as a result of that, we will follow our escalation processes. I think those are set out at the back of the plan. But our intention is that the pension fund will be completed to enable us to sign by the 30th of November.
Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah. The approach to materiality, there's a figure that we're given. The question I've got is, what other aspects of decision making could affect the council's reputation, for example, do those come under the materiality assessment, even though the financial materiality limit is not reached? I'm just trying to understand what the extent of materiality actually means in terms of things outside of the financial figure that's put on it. I wonder if someone could just explain that to me. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. So the reason that we have materiality is to determine what impacts that may have on the audit opinion that we would have. Now, materiality for many organisations is determined at a level that would influence stakeholders' views on the conduct of the entity that's being audited. Now, we have a range of benchmarks that we consider, and we have a range of factors that we take into account, such as whether there's any particular developments at the authority that we need to be aware of, if there's new standards or new systems that have been implemented, what the track record is of the authority in producing the accounts in previous years, what their approach is to auditors, and whether there's any concerns that we have that there could be the risk of manipulation to present in an appropriate financial position. Now, the impact then, and therefore, as Rosa said, the materiality level is 20.6 million. Now, what that actually means is if we got to a position whereby we felt that the accounts were being misstated by about 20 million, we would then consider that impact on our audit opinion, and we would consider qualifying that audit opinion if management did not adjust as a result of that. But what you'll also note is there's a much lower figure called triviality, which is set at £1 million. Now, what that means is that if we identify any issues that fall above that threshold of £1 million, then we report that through to you in the audit findings report, and we expect management to give a justification, which you, as those charged with governance, need to be happy with, whether or not they adjust. So we report it if they have adjusted an issue that we've identified above £1 million, or if they haven't, and that's something that you specifically sign off in your in the letter of representation. There's just one other figure that we have included a specific low materiality on, and that's where we consider whether there's a figure that is material by nature, if it were, and we've determined that the senior officer pay is a figure that is politically sensitive, is interesting to your public and to stakeholders, and that's why we've set a lower threshold for that of £20,000. Does that help, Councillor?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, is it regaining assurance? Is that the name of that separate piece of work? When do you think it is likely? Maybe this is an unreasonable question, but when do you think it is likely that would be able to sort of close the door on the year in which there was not a complete set of accounts? When do you think you would say comfortably that we are kind of back on track to where you would expect to be, and all the problems with the starting point and end point, you're comfortable with, moved past those? Maybe that's an unfair question, but when do you think that is likely to be reached?
That's fine, Chair. Ros, you happy for me to take that question as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the critical thing that we have here is making sure that we've got a recent track record of statements of accounts that would otherwise have been unmodified in relation to the opinion. So as we've said, in both 23-24 and 24-25, we've got to a position that, had it not been for that year had been disclaimed in 22-23, we would have issued an unqualified audit opinion. So that puts the council in a really strong position. So what we now need to do is there's a programme of work that we need to do to try and regain the assurance over those balances that we were unable to get assurance over. Now, naturally, if we're 2 years after that, with most other balances flowing through, such as the revaluation of property, plant and equipment, you've got the revaluation of your pension liabilities, those figures we can start getting greater certainty on because those valuations are brought up to date. The one that we have challenges on is in relation to the reserves figure. but we have developed and are piloting at a number of authorities an approach whereby we can regain sufficient assurance over those reserve balances. Now, we think that will take us to about 3 years to be able to get into a position whereby actually we can just move to a completely unmodified opinion. And that's something that Ros and I are working on with our audit quality team to make sure that we can design a set of procedures to undertake that work. Now, that will require additional work from your finance officers. It will require additional work from ourselves and inevitably additional fees. But that's why there is a grant that's being provided by MHCLG to fund this. To be absolutely clear, MHCLG is really clear that they expect as many authorities as possible to get out of a disclaimed audit opinion as soon as they possibly can. So that's why we're working really proactively to do that. The challenge, however, as you've recognised, Chair, is they want us to rebuild assurance at the same time as bringing forward the deadline for being able to do that. So we think it's really important that we complete our in-year work, which is why we're trying to get that done by the end of November. And if we can then achieve that, then we can start looking at that rebuild work so that we can start regaining that assurance and move to an unmodified opinion in the future.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful. And again, I appreciate the scale of the work that you and the team are doing and have ahead of you this year. And thank you for that. Do we have any other questions? Right. It is recommended that Audit and Governance Committee notes the Grant Thornton External Audit Plan 2025-26. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Cox. I didn't see. Sorry.
I just wanted to go back on that last answer from Mr. Morris, and because he's being very political in his response, I thought he didn't actually mention a date. Did I gather that the earliest possible date, therefore, would be the year ended 2027, or would it be possible for a 2026 clean report?
So we're just working through that, Councillor Cox, to see what date that would be. It may be 2027, it may be 2028, but let us work that through. It won't be by 2026.
That's the key. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't possible. There was two things, if you don't mind, Chair, that I just wanted to bring up. One was some talk, I think, by Ros about the SEND position, and I'm not sure if you're aware that we did get a very good report on our SEND provision recently, and I would recommend that you listen to the committee whereby the independent SEND director, or whatever they're called, John Coughlin, that he gave a report to the committee, which was actually quite glowing. And therefore, I would strongly recommend that you look at that and see what's actually what we're doing, because I think it's completely transformed the position in terms of the council in respect of that service. So that was one thing. I had two things. I forgot what the other one was now. Oh yes, the other one was I'm sure you appreciate that there's been a few changes at the top of the finance. In terms of BCP, and I think the chair's already said that it will be challenging because of the November deadline, and I think I'd just like to comment it is also doubly challenging as far as we have a fantastic acting Section 151 officer, but we have lost a very experienced former officer, 40 years experience. So that will be doubly challenging in respect of improving the deadline. And the changes that are going to happen. So I'd just like to make that comment.
Thank you for adding that. I concur. Good luck. Okay. It is recommended that Audit and Governance Committee notes that Grant Thornton External Audit Plan 2025-26 for the Council. Do we have consensus to note that? Brilliant. Thank you very much. And thank you, both of you, and see you before long.
Very much, Chair.
Thanks.
Right. Item 8, Procurement and Contract Management Strategy Delivery Plan Progress Report. I believe we have Mr. Bickle. Oh, before I go to Mr. Bickle, I see Councillor Hannah has your hand up. Is that on this item, Councillor Hannah? Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, my hand is up on this item, it being my portfolio and my name being on the report. I would first of all apologise for not being in the meeting in person because of other commitments. I really only planned to say initially a very big thank you to Mr. Bickle and to his team for all the work that they do and for this report in particular. But given the comments that were made in the statement towards the beginning of the meeting, I just want to add that I think it's actually difficult.
I should just stop you there, Councillor Hannah. I have to remind you we're not allowed to debate public statements, and I've been asked to emphasise this. But I'm sure you can continue to make general comments about the report.
Keep my comments in general about the report, of course I will. Thank you. What I was going to say is that in terms of level of detail of the report, I think inevitably it can be challenging to any officer to know what a committee might want to know detail on in advance, and just how far to explain all of everything in detail without falling foul of providing more information than a committee actually wants. When it comes to things like KPIs, for example, the committee receives reports and KPIs at other times. I receive those as well, and I discuss those on a monthly basis with Mr. Bickle. And some of those raise questions. I ask the questions, Mr. Bickle answers the questions, and it's never yet been this situation where those answers have not been fully satisfactory. And I think it's very much the same in this report, that it's for the committee really to guide Mr. Bickle as to just what level of further information underlying the report you would like to have. I know he's ready to make introductory comments, and I know he's ready to respond to any questions you may have. And I know that he would also be open to any suggestions that you might have for further reports of this kind. So that said, if I may, I will let you hand over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Please, Mr. Bickle.
Thank you, and thank you for that introduction as well. So before I just talk about the content of the report, I'd add to what Councillor Hannah said there, that whilst I meet with Councillor Hannah once a month to go through a lot more detailed KPIs, more KPIs and then more detailed, I also present that to Procurement and Contracts Board every month as well. So that level of governance is there regularly. Also picking up on the comments from the member of the public in terms of that level of detail. So in terms of what I've brought to this committee, my reference point is what Audit and Governance steered to put into how Audit and Governance wanted progress to be reported to this committee. And there were only 9 measures in there. So the other KPIs I've not been reporting to this committee, and the progress on the 57 measures that are commitments set out within that 4-year strategy. This committee didn't actually ask for an update on progress with the delivery of those. There is obviously a detailed delivery plan that sits behind these metrics, and that goes all of the detail of that, including an auditable history of what has been done that's different from where we started off. That goes to the Procurement and Contracts Board every 3 months. So it went to board last month ahead of reporting the highlights from that to this committee. So that's the kind of like governance level that sits behind this. So really, I'm here to answer your questions. In terms of how delivery of all those commitments is progressing for the authority, we're making tremendous progress. There's been a huge focus on improving standards for contract management over the last few months. Prior to that, the focus was very much on getting the Procurement Act 23 embedded in the organisation when that went live in February 25. No small amount of work to do that. The contract management standards, there was no consistent standard for the authority. That is now there. There's been monthly progress over the last 3 months from a contract management resource hub going live first week of January, first week of February. That was followed by a network being set up for BCP's contract managers, of which there's about 270. And then last week, we've gone live with our approach for contract management training. So there's a lot of progress there. On the social value side, that's the other one that's been quite hungry on time for the last few months. And there's a report going to Cabinet in May that's various members have seen that in some iteration already. So yeah, there is a lot of progress being made, a lot of strong progress. Where the authority is now in terms of procurement and contract management is a very different place from where it was 18 months ago. But if you require more data to support that, then obviously please give me an appropriate level of detail so that I can respond to that. What I've also included in this report is just the people talk about the Procurement Act going live in February 25, but not every element of the Act went live in February 25. There are still elements that are going live, and so I've just covered those off in the report as well, just to make you aware that it's towards the end of the report, there's a section that covers UK 17, UK 9, UK 8, which are the transparency notices that are still going live, and then the procurement compliance service has gone live as well now, which is a government office dedicated to processing complaints about authorities, really. So there's just a lot more central oversight over how local authorities work. So even disregarding the oversight from Procurement and Contracts Board and yourselves, the Procurement Act 23 does bring in that national government oversight as well, which is good for you to be aware of.
Thank you. And yeah, I concur with those comments that the reports that we get as a committee reflect what we asked for as a committee, and I agree that we have that opportunity to ask for more detail if we so wish, or ask for a different angle if we so wish. So members are welcome to make any suggestions for what they would like to see in addition to this. I think that I am particularly interested in the experience of small businesses and trying to navigate the system and the approach to procurement. I have heard from constituents that the system can be somewhat unwieldy. So I wonder if this is necessarily the best way for us to explore that further. Perhaps it might be a question of doing a deep dive, particularly on that experience at one of our future meetings. We could do a piece specifically on how do we make it simpler and easier for small businesses. Are we exploring all opportunities? I believe that the council, was it an enabling council? I think it was described by the administration as. So I think surely it's important to be thinking about how we making that as easy as possible, but keen to know what others think about that. I'm not sure it necessarily means that as a committee we need to see a huge amount of detail in these updates, but I think maybe a specific session looking from that perspective. You look like you were going to come in there, Mr. Big.
So there was a exchange of emails earlier in the day where I just set out some of the differences in terms of level of detail for different thresholds. So above the national thresholds, then that our hands are pretty much tied by government in terms of what we ask for, and there has to be a lot of detail and evidence in that audit history for every procurement. Below that threshold, there's what is known as regulated below threshold, and that goes from 30,000 up to the applicable thresholds, which are much higher. Now, that piece, we're currently using exactly the same ITT, and we've recently identified that we don't need to do that. There are things in there that are more onerous than they need to be. So it was only in the last couple of weeks that that's been identified where we can make more efficiencies for suppliers by certainly, if nothing else, we're reducing the word count. So people spend less time reading it and trying to understand it. So that is on the to-do list. So we are looking at where we can make further efficiencies for suppliers as well as ourselves. And then the lower threshold is that £30,000 one, and officers they go out and get the quotes themselves between 5,000 and 30. So the process that's in terms of hurdles to jump through, or jump over, I should say, there are far fewer for below 30,000. So it's that piece really below 30 is where it's very much carved out as being the preserve of small traders, local traders. Doesn't preclude local businesses or SMEs, obviously, from going for bigger tenders, whether they're in that regulated below threshold or above threshold. It's a level playing field for everyone.
That's helpful. Just one quick question before I come to you, Councillor Armstrong. Is I appreciate that so the Procurement Act provides for the process above a certain threshold. Financial regulations specify the process between 30,000 and those thresholds in the Procurement Act. And then you're saying that below that 30,000, it really is at the discretion of the is that correct?
So not entirely. So between 30,000 and threshold, that regulated below threshold, it's a blend of the Procurement Act 23 and our own financial regulations. So our own what Procurement Act 23 allows for is for us to set out our own competition requirements. If we set them out in writing in our finance regs, then we're allowed to follow them. If we fail to set out what our own rules are within our finance regs, then the default is that you follow the national ones. And then, so it's, yes, and below 30,000, then it's a lower bar to clear.
That's really helpful, and that's why we've updated the financial regulations in recent years following the Procurement Act, is with that in mind, to make sure that we're specifying the rules and the financial regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, and there were many changes that were made in the last iteration, April 25, and then because we've been living with our finance regs and the Procurement Act for the last year, I've managed to refine some of where it wasn't completely aligned. It's become obvious over the last year, so I've aligned some sections of our own finance regs so everything just ties up neatly now.
That makes sense. And I just have one quick question. Whilst I understand it's less onerous to just let the areas do the process, use their discretion, that could actually end up making it more onerous for businesses, because sometimes if there's less guidance, it seems less onerous if there's more discretion, but actually sometimes having clearer centralized guidance makes it easier. Does that make sense? What are we doing to make sure that the areas with discretion are taking sensible approaches?
So, very fair question on that one. And this was actually responding to one or two internal audit recommendations that had gone back for maybe 3 years. And we, on the intranet, we do now have pages that are dedicated for our own officers to follow for where they're procuring stuff that's below 30,000. So there is a standard approach below 30,000, and to mitigate any risks of people doing stuff differently.
Councillor Armstrong, thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here and taking us through your report. I found it really interesting. I work in the voluntary sector, but I just noted in your report the limited number of engagement events. And I wondered, because I feel concerned about how do we ensure that provider experience, especially from smaller organisations and the voluntary sector, that it meaningfully informs processes, contracts, specifications, all of that. And although we're not able to debate the statement, it's not a debate with regards to the statement, it's just again to highlight, what is there more that can be done to understand and address the barriers that providers face and to strengthen that engagement with them. And I think also picking up what Chair is saying about looking into that a bit more as a deeper dive, I would really support that as well. So thank you.
So yes, in terms of engagement with local suppliers, and there's various activities within the 4-year strategy to do exactly that and engage with suppliers to reduce and remove barriers. We've done it in the past, not in the recent years, but back when I was with Borough of Poole, we did do some supplier facing events to demystify trading with local authority, and it's good. The level of engagement was good, and I think suppliers do hear that trading with public sector is awful, basically, and lots of hurdles to get over, very onerous, and it's not as bad as people think it is. But the only way we're going to communicate that is by having outreach work happening with suppliers to explain what they do actually have to do. So there is quite a bit of activity in the delivery plan. That it's not going to happen during this, when I say this financial year, during 26-27, that's very much geared towards 27-28, because prior to that, there's still a lot of activity that needs to happen within the service, and obviously we're limited in terms of capacity to what happens first, and the contract management piece and social value is currently getting all the attention to develop that area. But there is the strategy does include quite a bit of outreach work with suppliers, which will be just local suppliers. We certainly wouldn't be reaching out to suppliers beyond our locality.
Thank you. So I think when it comes to the forward plan item, I'll propose we put on it a deep dive into the experience for small businesses, and we can discuss that at that point. But while I see Councillor Herrett is in the room, sorry to put you on the spot, and Councillor Hannawell here, I had a discussion with Councillor Herrett a while ago, a couple of years ago, about are we as a council exploring the opportunities for small traders sufficiently, and this is why I'm asking, because I'm not entirely sure it all sits with you, because it might be a little bit wider. But I had a question about whether or not, from a income generation and a providing opportunities perspective, are we pushing the boat out on thinking, we could have some more stalls here, we could have some more small traders here, and are we too cautious about existing leases and what that might mean? So I wonder if we could make that a wider piece. Keen on your perspective while we have you.
Sorry, I wasn't quite ready, so I'm got a bit.
Put you on the spot there.
No, it's fine. I think this is something I press on. I've worked. For anyone that knows my background, I've got a hospitality background. I've worked from everyone from a kind of tiny kind of small trader right the way through to a big multinational, and there's absolutely value across kind of all of those and the perspective that they bring. The challenge we have as a council is obviously balancing priorities in a space where, in terms of contract value. So I think our services would like to see a bit more of that as well, but they also have to operate in space, and we've across the seafront we've got everything from really big operations around the peer approach, right down to some of the kiosks that we see around. And there's a real mix in there of hours, contractual obligations, leaseholder arrangements. I think I'd be happy to go into it further, but it's a really kind of like complex kind of maze once you're in there. It's really kind of sometimes quite kind of mystifying as to where we end up. But yeah, I think we can definitely explore some of those barriers further. I think it would be really good for the public to understand why it's not just as simple as kind of rock up and sell something, and why that's harder to enable. And I'll just go back to that 30,000 kind of barrier that exists. If you're doing that over a year, that's not actually that much per week in terms of sales. And if you were, to sell and make a profit from that, you've got if you're a small trader, you've still got to probably clear that. But obviously, that's not my area, and I suspect I'm about to be corrected.
Want to come back on that?
Please, yeah. So you're quite right. So quite right that I will correct you. So the 30,000 doesn't apply to concessions. With concessions, what we look at is it's the total turnover. So it is the total revenue sales for an operator. But what I've clarified with our officers in the last few months is that where we are talking about mobile traders, so vendors, food and beverage, other products at festivals and what have you, that is out of scope of procurement concessions. That sourcing of mobile traders, that's really very much down to the services to arrange the licenses and agree any pilots for areas where it's not been done before. And my understanding of the bottleneck there is it's around capacity for licensing, and so I'd welcome a conversation about it. I'd be very happy to.
Shall we take it that when we come to the forward plan item, we propose an item which touches on all of these, and then we can come back to that. Is it on this point, Sana, before I come to Councillor Hannah, and then
can I be slightly unpopular and obviously we're Audit and Governance Committee, and you need to somehow slant this towards governance, not just a nice topic to discuss. And you need to understand things about small and medium size, So I think by all means have a deeper dive, but make sure you're deeper diving on governance, not just the subject, which might be another committee.
no, and that's a completely fair challenge. I think what would be useful is a deep dive on the issue so we understand it, and then we can make some recommendations for other committees if needed. But we need to look at that from a governance perspective. But I think that's a really fair challenge. Councillor Hannah, and then committee members on to talk.
Yeah, I was going to say as well that the advice just given, I think, is pertinent. It seems to me that there are two sides to it. One is whether the council is providing adequate opportunities in terms of the potential for particular locations, etc. And that is not a procurement issue as such. Procurement issue would be whether the council, in offering individual opportunities, is enabling small businesses to bid for those and addressing any barriers that there might be. At this point in time, I'm not aware of a level of barrier, but that may be ignorance on my part. And I'd certainly be very happy to receive from whoever any concerns that they might wish to express. And I'm sure that Mr. Bickle would equally be open to receiving those. And consideration could then be given to how they can be best addressed. And certainly if that's something that you're thinking in terms of putting in the future plan, I would support that. And I'm sure that he and I would be happy to join you for that meeting.
Thank you. I think what I would probably say for the action tracker to take away an action to formulate the specific wording of the item, but with the steer that it would be to look at the experience of procurement for small businesses and any governance needed to facilitate that and that experience, and combine that with the breadth of opportunities and how those pieces meet together from a governance perspective. That's how I'm thinking, but let's take that away to formulate that. So I have Councillor Armstrong wanted to come in, and then Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on your point about social value and that being a focus of your work, one of your focuses for this year. Because when the type of like social value that investment in the voluntary sector generates is quite amazing. I was just looking at some figures from VSO International, and for every £1 invested in the voluntary sector, it generates like between £2 and £8 more than that. And then particularly when you sort of start to drill down and you invest in voluntary sector organisations that support youth volunteering, for example, you're then looking at £4.64 social value for every £1 spent. And it's not just about the money that's spent or that is generated on top of that. It's about what you're giving into the community and about skills and about employability and developing confidence and all of that. So I think actually in the social value work, what it sounds to me is you could be hitting sort of a number of things by, you know, pursuing that. Thanks.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, I'm not aware of the history about why we've got the report in the format that we've got, but it sounds as if we've got what we've asked for, and that's exactly what you've done. But from my perspective, reading it from the cold position, I thought, well, okay, what does this really tell me? What did it tell me in terms of audit and governance, and in particular, what does it tell me in terms of our strategy on procurement in relationship to the transformation programme, which was one of the main threads of our transformation programme. And when I look down at savings, it's under review. Savings are claimed by service businesses. To me, that's a really important issue, but it's something that is not measured. Now, I know it's addressed in other areas, and it certainly was addressed through the transformation programme, and I'm sure Jeff Hannon's going to probably remind me of that if I hadn't mentioned it. But it is an ongoing issue. It's one of the, we spend a lot of money, and we really need to understand if we're doing it as effectively. And that's what I'd like to see this committee looking at, because all I'm seeing is a lot of numbers here which are effectively meaningless. And if you understand, for example, if you understand what the priorities are, and the number of just for example, if I can just go to the list here. Oh, I can't, I've gone past it. Yeah, a lot of things that it says in it, you know, it's a percentage, but a percentage of what? It really isn't, without the background information in front of you, you can't really relate it to anything. It's just a number, and whether it's important or not, I don't know. I presume it's important because that's why it was asked for in the first place, but I don't know that. So I think really, if this paper is going to be of any real value to this committee, and I think we've got to think about what we're asking for again, and that may be something that we can consider at a future date. But I would like to understand what the problems are. You know, what are the problems? How effective is our procurement against an objective that we set particularly in terms of cost savings? So that's my take on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I mean, I do notice it is in relative infancy as a reporting mechanism. So, for example, I can see why item 4 is, you know, the increase in number of contracts awarded to small businesses. We've only got a limited number of years of data for that, and so I can see why over time we would get more from the metrics. But I agree with, I'm supportive of the idea of having some more colour in the meantime. But maybe this is something when if we do have this deeper dive, maybe we can at that say call out, or we'd like to know a bit more about this on a regular basis. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask that you clarify what seems to be a bit of confusion between a small and medium enterprise and somebody that runs an ice cream stall, because there seems to be this thing about small and medium enterprises are in fact vans, and as you've been saying, they're not, and that needs to be very much taken on board, because that's a whole different ballgame. Also, the voluntary sector is also different. They all have so many different facets. And the other thing I was going to comment on is that in this extremely helpful table, the performance measures, I noticed that on item 4, contracts awarded to small and medium enterprises have been reduced. So I think, although I'm not on this committee, as I hasten to add, it would be a good idea to have a deep dive, but certainly into the small and medium enterprise that I understand, having come from that background, as that what is in the Federation of Small Businesses, that type of thing, and not just the fish and chip shop, fish and chip van. Nothing against the fish and chip van, I patronise our own frequently, but I just would advise that.
Thank you, and perhaps this will give the opportunity to clarify that, as you say, it's and that evolved thinking within the council. Councillor Hannah, did you want to come? Oh, you put your hand down. You got another?
Yes, things have moved on, but thank you.
All right. Did you want to come in on any of that? I feel like there's a fair few comments there, so don't feel obliged.
So the only piece I will just respond to is that last point that SMEs doesn't even include ice cream vans. It's SME definition, I think, is between 50 and 250 staff, and there's a turnover threshold as well. So what we're talking about is sole traders and micro businesses, but if it's a ice cream van owned independently, then that's a sole trader. If it's, I think, I forget some of the definitions, but micro businesses is perhaps less than 10 employees. So that would be a fleet of ice cream vans. It still isn't going to hit the mark for SMEs. So we do end up looking at different levels of supplier in this.
Thank you very much, and I do note that you do provide quite considerable detail to Councillor Hannah, to the Corporate Management Board. So I'm sure that if any members wish to explore any of the metrics in more detail, I'm sure they'd be able to go to you for that. I have Councillor Cox.
Yeah, just to note really that the definitions are changing, and certainly with Companies House they have recently changed quite significantly, and all of the numbers, number of staff, turnover, and net assets have massively increased. So I don't know whether that would change your definition of small, medium sized.
So we would still have to follow the national definitions of SMEs. So I would assume that BCP's definition of SME simply aligns with government definitions.
This acting independent member.
Thank you. Actually, I just want to say thank you to you, Mr. Bickle. I follow what you've written completely. I get it. You provided me with a couple of reassurances today regarding the shifts in figures and the fact that contracts come round every 3 or 4 years. Having helped disperse the communication information on the advent of the Procurement Act to the SME and micro sector, I've been in conjunction with the Crown Small Business representative, Shirley Cooper. I'm quite clear as an SME owner exactly what's meant to happen and how it's meant to happen. And I still speak to Shirley about these things, and I can reassure you, we totally understand what you've done, and it's going really, really well. So just to say thank you, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you for that, really appreciated. Okay, thanks to all of us. I hope that was useful, and I think a separate session on this, we'll come to this in the forward plan, but I think that would be really welcome. I think we're all really interested in this area and recognise its importance, and the huge amount of work that's obviously happening. So thank you very much. Do we have any other comments? Okay, it is recommended that A, Audit and Governance Committee notes the update provided with respect to the delivery of BCP's procurement and contract management strategy 2024-2028. And B, Audit and Governance Committee notes performance against the 9 measures described within section 5.5 of BCP's procurement and contract management strategy 2024-2028. Do we have consensus to note? Great, thank you very much. Right, moving on to item 9, risk management, corporate risk register update. I think we have Fiona as usual. Thank you. Fiona, over to you.
Thank you and good evening. This is the quarterly update to the Committee of the Council's Corporate Risk Register. The committee will be aware that a new risk management policy has been approved and we are now in the implementation phase. Due to the timing of the risk update informing this report, this is the last quarter where we will report under the old policy arrangements. The next report will reflect the new arrangements with a slightly different look and feel, with enterprise level risk being included. It's anticipated we will in future have more detailed reviews into the enterprise risks. Risk owners, it's proposed, will present an update on the enterprise level risks on a circular basis. But we will, of course, continue to report on the corporate risk register going forward with the same level of detail that you receive now. It might be helpful to add that nothing is set in stone in terms of the reporting arrangements, and changes can be made to ensure that we continue to provide the committee with a suitable level of information that gives them the assurance that they need in relation to risk management. As part of this quarter's update, I've included a summarised version of the risk management processes we follow for this review period. This is included as Appendix 1 on page 133 of your papers. To further support members in the approach to risk management at the Council, at Appendix 2 on page 135, I've included the Council's risk matrix and the definitions relating to the quantification of risk. The matrix continues to be a 4x4, where risks are mapped by assessing both the likelihood and the impact. The basis of the assessment in terms of impact is provided by the definitions on page 136 of the pack, with the likelihood being outlined on page 137. The assessment, you will note, is based on the 7 possible aspects of the risk, encouraging multiple risk factors to be considered to ensure full implications of the risk are both understood and evaluated. This encourages and supports the scoring mechanism. The register you see today is the Corporate Risk Register, and in relation to this quarter's updates, to assist the committee at paragraph 13 of the report, page 129, the material updates to the risks are outlined. The review for this quarter was undertaken in late February. So, for example, you'll note that the risk CR09, we may fail to maintain a safe and balanced budget for the delivery of services and managing the MTFP, and risk CR23, potential impacts of the dedicated schools grant fund financial deficit, are still showing as having Adam Richins as the risk owner. Now, he assisted in the provision of the update for the quarter, but these risks will, of course, be reallocated by CMB during the next review cycle. As I say, the updates are included in the report that I've provided. The corporate risk register is shown at Appendix 4, starting on page 141 of your pack. And this, as I say, is a snapshot at time, with the register being changed, obviously, after we grab the position. And obviously, risks will continue to be identified and allocated across the organisation. We as a team continue to monitor and circulate risk information, and continue to generate queries with services to engage to make sure new risks are being considered and placed in the correct risk registers. The new risk app continues to be developed, with refinements underway to support the implementation of the new policy and particularly the new enterprise level risks. Thank you for the opportunity to present my report this evening. I'm happy to take any questions and assist where I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very clear as always. I have 2 questions. One is on CR27, and that is around cliff management instability, environmental impacts. I thought we had a decision at full council a while back to spend quite a bit of reserves on that. Surely that should help a bit with that one, you'd think. So keen on thoughts of that. And then the other one is on the 23 on the dedicated schools grant. I know this is the last quarter's assessment, so I'm hoping that with the 90% historic deficit funding and the future responsibility, it's got to improve it a little bit, surely. This one's maybe for the portfolio holders.
Shall I start off with Cliffs? It's good job, I'm here really. So we are investing a not insignificant amount of money in trying to address some of our cliff stability issues. That said, in a changing climate with significant rainfall and significant dry periods being really impactful, and obviously more severe weather events in terms of sea, wind, and kind of all, well, actually just more severe weather events, the cliffs remain a risk, and therefore I think will remain in. We've got quite a lot of them as well. I think it's the other thing is that we've, whilst 1.8 million pounds, I think it is, that we committed to spend is a really significant sum of money. There is a lot of cliff, and yeah, there remains some risk, and so yeah, we can't eliminate that because there is so much, but we are working on it to improve it. I'm obviously not responsible for the score, but I don't know how that impacts. There's always, I think, in perpetuity there will be a risk with the cliffs.
I was just going to add, in terms of the dedicated schools grant, I appreciate the position has moved significantly in our favour, but it still remains. We still have a forecast £38 million to find in 2 years, which is a huge amount of money, which we haven't necessarily got. And also, I appreciate Councillor Andrews' comments earlier on about it all going away. It's not. And even the 90%, we still require a plan that the government agree to before we can go anywhere. So I do think the risk is definitely there, and and based on your comments, and I'm similarly inclined that it's got a lot better. And I was thinking of challenging the auditor about that in his report, and then I thought, no, it's probably still a risk.
Thank you. I see the independent member, Lindy's online. Would you like to come in?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just have a comment. Fiona did mention about the with the next report, you will comply with the newly approved risk management framework, which will include per enterprise level risks. I assume that's the operational, tactical, high level risks that will be included going forward. And just a comment that we do talk in the new approved risk management framework about emerging risks. I just wanted to know and confirm that you will also have a paragraph in the report going forward talking about any emerging risks. Whether there should be, but if there's not, just to make the statement that you have considered that and that there's no such risk. Just to confirm, the Orange Book talk about the radar report. They call it radar report, which includes essentially that would be your emerging risks. Just want to get confirmation that will also be included. Thank you.
Fiona, did you want to take that one?
Yes, yeah, I'm happy to confirm. Yes, we can certainly do that. It's included. Emerging or risks under discussion are included in our internal report, so we can certainly reflect them in this update.
Councillor Cox, I think you were going to come. Was it on this point?
Well, it was a point about emerging risks, actually, as it was mentioned, and I think since we last had a chat, Fiona, one thing that I would have raised with you in the last 3 weeks, I'm sure everybody's aware that there's a war going on, and that the risks associated with us, although we're not participants at the moment, are quite significant in terms of the council. Not least the security risks. We do have a very large airport, and also we do spend an awful lot of money on fuel. So I just think there's we need to put that as an emerging risk, I would have thought.
suppose unless it's captured under CR21, the impact of global events. It could. So I look forward to seeing how you decide to capture that in the next iteration. However, most appropriate. Sorry, Councillor Pankhurst.
Thank you, and sorry, you have to get used to a new name, which I realise is a curveball. I wanted to ask, and it's quite opportunistic that Councillor Hannah's here, about CR04, the cyber attack risk. Now, as a councillor, I'm really aware of one of the things we can do is our training. That really helps to mitigate against that risk. So it's sort of a two-pronged question, really. Number one, I'd be really interested to hear if the training that we do as councillors, which I'm obviously well aware of, I think I'm one module outstanding, is that the same for officers? Is that all employees of the council have to undergo exactly the same type of training? And I'd be keen to know what else is taking place to mitigate that risk, considering it is so high. And just to conclude as well, thank you. This is a very, very interesting report that I wasn't aware of until this evening. So thank you.
Monitoring officer would like to come in.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, and no disrespect to Councillor Pankhurst, obviously we have heightened sensitivity with what we discuss, which may or may not be mitigation we take with regards to these risks. I don't, no disrespect. If it was something of interest, we may have to consider a closed session, but it's something that I can hear my director colleague shouting at me saying, please be very careful about what we disclose here. So we can give reassurances. I don't think any of my officer colleagues here are qualified to give those reassurances other than we know they happen. It may be something you want a specific response from.
Could we ask a response to be emailed to committee members and put that on the action tracker? Just that question about training and what other mitigations are in place. I think that's a perfectly reasonable question, but I can see why we wouldn't want to necessarily say it in public. So I just want to check the independent member, Lindy. You had your hand up. Was that from before, or did you want to come in again?
I just wanted to make a quick new comment, as I heard a comment has been made that emerging risks might be already included on the risk register that's presented tonight. Specifically, emerging risks is highly unlikely that it's already included in these risk registers. It's a risk that there's uncertainty about whether it will have impact, what the impact would be. It would be very difficult at this stage to then score likelihood impact. It is something that's forward-looking, so it's something that's on the radar but not yet on the risk register. So it's important to note that. Fiona, do you agree with me? It's not something that you'll see most probably on the risk register yet.
I think there's a good question there about whether or not when you have some of these corporate risks as defined are quite broad and quite high level, and so with the one on global events causing pressure on BCP Council, that's going to have to be updated with specific emerging risks, and that's different to, I think, what we're talking about, Lindy, is a risk radar, which is actually a question I was going to come to myself. Just this question on whether or not, in addition to the risk register, I've seen in other places in industry a risk radar for completely out there risks, horizon scanning approach, where you look at risks, however unlikely or kind of wild they might seem, but that is not the same as the risk register that we look at and manage. But it does give that opportunity to think about emerging risks. I think that's what you're referring to, and I do wonder if it would be interesting for the council for us at some point to see something like that. So, Fiona, is that something that you already do and we don't see, or is that something that isn't normal practice?
No, that's part of our horizon scanning. It's something we already do. We source from various data sets, from various risk reports, and also from liaison with colleagues in other authorities. So we're constantly looking for new areas of risk and things that we need to be alert to. In addition, obviously, when we do the risk review cycle, one of the first questions we will ask our CMB is, are there any new areas that we need to consider in our register? So we're both looking at our own risk, but also looking at the wider risk sense as well to see if there's anything that's sitting out there that we just need to be aware of, and it might not be on our register at the moment, but we keep it in our sphere, as it were.
Would committee be interested in seeing one at some point? Not necessarily every quarter, but would that be something that you would think it might be helpful for us to see? Sort of a heat map type thing. Should we put that on the action tracker to explore the feasibility of doing? Councillor Hannah, was it on this question then Councillor Armstrong, or was it unrelated?
It was. I heard my name mentioned a little while ago. I will admit that I wasn't actually planning to stay with the meeting to the very end, but I was still listening in. So I heard the query about the training that staff receive as compared with the training that councillors receive on IT security and things of that sort. And I think the answer is the training for staff will be a little bit more detailed, appropriate to their role. But if you want to know further detail on it, then it would really be a combination of Sarah Dean and Sarah Chamberlain who would best be able to advise.
Thank you. I think that's going to be followed up by email, so thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. It's a quick one about the new risk management policy that's being rolled out. I just wanted some assurance. So will there be like a new set of dashboards, a new risk register? So there's that. Is the report that we receive, will that be different as a result of this new policy? And just what controls will be put in place to ensure that we have data quality and consistency during this sort of development and rollout stage? And is there a timeline that when we can expect this to come back to committee? And thank you for your report, Fiona.
Fiona, are you able to answer?
Yes, certainly. So in terms of the data and the information you'll receive, at the moment there is no plan to change it vastly at all. Members I think have been quite happy with the information that's been provided over the last few years. So the intention is to keep certainly the reporting on corporate risk remain as is. We're not going to scale it back or give you less detail, certainly, unless of course that's something you would prefer. In terms of the implementation of the policy, obviously we have a limited capacity, so that to an extent will drive the pace of it. But certainly we're going through a number of phases to make sure that we've identified the correct enterprise risks. So the next stage is for CMB to talk through the draft proposals in that respect, and then obviously they'll be agreed. In the background, we're working on the software, the risk app, to integrate enterprise risks so that we can actually start reporting and provide dashboards through to CMB. And obviously the examples of those will be brought to this committee as discussion items to make sure you're receiving the information that is informative and ensure that also any risk deep dives that are helpful to the committee can take place.
Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Samad.
Can I maybe just as an extension to Councillor Armstrong's question and give a sort of tangible example? So it's very likely that an enterprise risk will incorporate the word finance in some form. And what the enterprise risk model is really about is on the corporate risk register, you've seen some risks. They've got Adam Richards' name. There will be Matt. And they've concentrated at a corporate risk level. There's a slightly different mindset approach. So if there's a finance risk somewhere else on another risk register in, say, Kate Langdown's area or some other team across the council, of course there will be. There'll be plenty of finance risks in loads of service risk registers that the risk owner, who is likely to be the chief finance officer for finance, will have an interest in all of them, not just the corporate one. So there's a greater understanding throughout the organisation, bringing it all together. So it's a bit of a sort of mindset shift slightly, rather than a, massive revamp of, the methodologies and the presentations that we might give.
Thank you. Oh, we talked about this before. Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining all of that. Personally, I don't know if other members on the committee would be I'd be really interested to see the dashboards, and for them, if it was possible for us to have sight of them, not just for them to go on in another, in another sphere.
Did you want to add when we've seen them?
I'd note the councillor's comment. Yeah, we could see what we, the practicalities of bringing dashboards or yeah, it depends what you mean by a dashboard. Maybe I reach out to you outside the meeting and, what you perceive a dashboard to show.
We did that extra session at the independent members' request on how the risk register maps to the underlying service risk registers as well previously, and that was useful to have that shared on the screen and talked through it. So maybe something like that once it's underway. So Mr. Bickle, I saw that you wanted to come.
Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to add a little bit of context to where you've spoken with CR27 about allocating 1.4 million. So, and the magnitude of that. When a few years back there was a cliff slip at Camphor Cliffs, you might remember, and just to point out how expensive that kind of work is, the winning tender on that was over 3 million. So 1.4 million is absorbed on works incredibly quickly.
That's helpful. No, I don't have a view on how much that risk changes. I just sort of would hope it would go in a better direction, if not make the risk go away. Councillor, did you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, just that actually being proactive in some of that will have a positive impact. I want to be really clear. But yeah, I think as that's, I think that cliff slip was not particularly big in the scheme of cliff slips, and yeah, 3 million is cheap by today's standards.
Scary amounts. Councillor Pankhurst.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking a question, if it's okay, because I also sit on Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I noticed one of the only risks that has decreased is CRO2, achieving appropriate outcomes and quality of service for children and young people. And I just wanted to get clarity on my assumption that that is because we are delivering really good quality of service for children and young people. Could that be clarified? That's what it sort of reads like, and I just want to check it's not, an assumption that I'm making incorrectly. Thank you.
I'm not sure who is best placed to answer that, but what I would say on that one, we're going to come back to that. I had an action for me to take away to update you on, which was to consider with the chair of the Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee doing a not necessarily a deep dive, but a piece of work together as committees to look at specifically the governance around how this risk matches to the service area's work plan and the committee's work plan. And so what we were going to propose is that we just hold a sort of an extended discussion of the corporate risk register at one of the future meetings and invite the members of Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And then the responsible officer will expand a little bit on how what they do, what you do, matches to the risk, so we can understand how the risk register is used. Keen to know if you think that would be valuable.
Absolutely. I think that there's so much value there in the two committees working side by side and ensuring that we are reading the same thing in the same way. So yeah, I'm absolutely very happy to be part of that work.
But I think the short answer is yes, because of the positive steps in that area, that risk is moving in the right direction. But I think there's a wide acknowledgement that that's a very broad risk. It's huge, just risk to safeguarding. And that's one of the reasons why I'm quite keen to do something a little bit more focused on it, because things could be missed, sub-risks could be missed there. Okay. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to raise risk CR18, which we may fail to provide adequate customer interfaces. On the risk causes, it says the availability of new digital functionality has not been introduced to the service environment, which has restricted our ambitions. This is really a disappointing risk to read, given the millions of pounds that we spent on the transformation programme, which introduced new technology with a view to overcoming some of these difficulties, and they're ongoing. The effect is that, you know, reputationally for the council, it still puts a question mark over the council, I'm afraid. You know, if that bit of the transformation programme had been more successful, then the council's reputation would be much improved. But importantly, it is some of the most vulnerable people in our society that suffer from this. And in particular, I'd like to raise the issue about the blue badges. This, despite huge attention to this on overview and scrutiny over the last 3 years, we are still in a situation where customers are finding it very difficult to get their blue badges renewed in a timely way. And I am fully aware that the the digital team are working on new processes with a view to integrating it with in the client relationship management reporting system, whatever it's called. But it's just so agonisingly slow, and despite all the focus that's been put on it, we still seem to come across this problem. And I really hope that we can put some more effort into maybe accelerating this if we possibly can. So it's just a plea, really, if we can put some more focus, particularly on that blue badge system, which is causing all sorts of problems. And I think all ward councillors will be able to recount situations where they've been approached directly for assistance. Thank you.
We could ask at one of the future quarterly updates to have an officer or the portfolio holder come in and expand a little bit more on that particular risk, if that's something you would like to see.
Chair, this is already on the ONS's forward plan. It's something that they are monitoring it. But I wanted to raise it. It was raised at the last meeting here, actually. But having seen and read the risk in detail, you know, it's fully understood and the situation is well explained. It just, because when we look back at the transformation programme, I recall very well the videos that were pushed out at the time with somebody sitting in their front room with a little tablet tapping into the council and getting everything resolved, you know, a little drink by the side. And this was the future, you know, this is how it was sold, you know, but actually for the customer, that has not been realised. If it had been, I think, as I say, the council's reputation would be far better than it is at the moment with residents.
Fair. Shall we conclude this item with that, if everyone's happy? It is recommended that members of the Audit and Governance Committee note the update provided in this report relating to corporate risks. Do we have consensus to note? Thank you, Fiona, as always, really helpful and appreciated. Thank you. Right, item 10, the Audit Charter and Audit Plan. I believe, Simon, you're to speak to it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate being able to present this item before 9 o'clock, which is a pleasant surprise for internal audit. Generally, it's nice to attend now. So the purpose of this report is to obtain approval of 2 key operational documents for our team. First one being our internal audit charter, and the second one being our detailed internal audit plan for 26-27. And these are both required by our global internal audit standards. So starting with the internal audit charter, which is shown at Appendix A, this is a very comprehensive 40-page document, including appendices, which sets out our purpose, our authority to carry out our work, our responsibilities, and also our full scope of what we're expected to carry out. And the layout is aimed to easily show how we comply with what's called the 5 domains of the global internal audit standards. Members may or may not recall, but last year we had to undertake a fundamental review of our charter to take into account the new standards. So this year we're looking at minor updates. I'll just go through those briefly. So to begin with, our internal audit strategy document at Appendix C, which is page 243, and our strategy is really where we want to get to, what we want to improve. So this has been updated with some actions that we've carried out, and we've also added the brand new objective to try and formally identify and document other assurance sources for audit planning purposes. So it's something we know we do, but we know that we can and should commit resource to do better. The next document, Appendix D, page 244, is our data analytics strategy. So that's really aiming to use data more in part of our work. So we've done a simple update of the actions to reflect work we've done during the year, and it continues to improve. Next, Appendix F on page 249 is our follow-up and escalation process. So this is how we make sure we get our recommendations implemented. And on this, we've just made one very minor change whereby medium priority recommendations that have not been implemented are now escalated to this audit committee after a year. Previously, it was a bit longer, it was 18 months. So minor change there. And lastly, part of the charter, Appendix H on page 254. This is our quality assurance and improvement programme, which in essence is how we ensure the quality of our work. And this shows a minor change again to table 1A, which we're trying to push the completion of our audit plan straddling financial years. So we've changed the target from 31st of July to 30th of June to complete all audit work. Okay, so moving to the second key document, which is our detailed audit plan for 26-27. This overall includes a minor amendment to what was previously presented to this committee back in January, which was a high-level resource allocation. And it just shows that 10 days has moved between a couple of the areas to take account of safeguarding work. So this report, in summary, really provides a lot more detail, and that detail is provided in the sub-appendices. Apologies for all the appendices included in here. So I'll just go through those briefly. So detail in Appendix B, which is our core audit and assurance work, as we call it, on page 261. That outlines how we allocate our scarce audit resource across all of the directorates. So it hopefully demonstrates we are carrying out reasonable and adequate coverage across all service directorates in BCP. Then moving to Appendix C on page 263. This is our full detailed list of all of our provisional audits for 26-27. So there's quite a list on there. And just to note that we are still completing the detailed list, completing our consultation with directors, and we can provide update of the full comprehensive list if required, but this will come to quarterly reports in the future. Moving next to Appendix D on page 279. We talked earlier in this meeting about corporate risk register. This is designed to provide assurance that we take that into account in the audit planning process. And it does show, I'm pleased to report that a lot of the corporate risks are being considered as part of 26-27 audits this coming year. And then lastly, the Appendix E on page 281 is our anti-fraud and corruption work plan. So this is all the work we plan to carry out to prevent, detect and investigate suspected fraud using our corporate fraud risk register. And that's approximately 180 of the 1,600 days for the plan. So the other couple of bits I wanted to mention, the report does include commentary on the internal audit budget, and the important statement is that we consider it sufficient for the head of internal audit to be able to give an annual opinion on the governance, risk management and controls of the organisation. The report also hopefully demonstrates we have the right people to carry out the task. So we've got 13 full-time equivalent people, which includes the head of audit management insurance, a specialist corporate fraud auditor. All of our staff have professional qualifications and substantial overall experience with great breadth of that in as well. And we also engage a specialist IT auditor, talking about cybersecurity, and we do get them in to do very technical reviews, such as a review of network security. So as part of the next step, we're looking to complete our consultation with corporate service directors and then bring this plan on a quarterly basis, broken down individual audits over the next year. And requested decision tonight is to approve the charter and the plan, and also note the budget that we are working to. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. And I like the appendices. I find it helpful. I thought this was really helpful, really clear. I very much appreciated seeing the corporate risks against the audit plan. I thought that was a great addition. That's new, isn't it, this year? And I thought that was a really helpful addition. And I just wanted to say I'm really delighted to see Awab's law for damp and mould. I'm really glad that that's being audited this year in the plan. I think that's really, really important.
So just to clarify on that, there has been a slight amendment to that, linking to other assurances that we look to. There has been sufficient and adequate other inspection in that area, so we are looking to review that report first. So that is up for review, because we don't want to duplicate other work, but we will consider that. So it's just a quick update.
Fair. We have the independent member, Lindy, with your hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I think, can I split it in two sessions to ask the questions? Otherwise, some of it might get lost. So my first question is on page 269. There are 3 audits listed under adult social care, and it says to be confirmed. I just want clarity on what that means. And then on what it was mentioned last year that there was a external quality assurance review being done at BCP as part of the reviews that's done every 5 years. So it's been done 6 years ago, and last year it was done, I believe last year. So my question is just, what was the outcome of that review? I'm going to pause there and then ask my final questions after the answers, if you don't mind, Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Lindy. Thank you for your questions. Yes, I can update this committee with the planned audits in adult social care. As I briefly mentioned, it's still a not quite finalised document, this. But in adult social care, we are planning to look at shared lives, supported living and placements, and also the autism team, those subjects. And the others will be provided as well. In response to your second question about the external assessment, it's actually due this year, 2026, so we haven't carried it out yet, so we're busy planning for that, and we will bring to this committee our proposed arrangements for that and selected and preferred supplier of that.
Thank you. Chair, with your approval, can I continue?
Please do.
Okay. Then the link to the risk registers were done after the review last year. So it's the second time that I see that, and it was based also on comments made on the previous audit internal audit plan. The one thing I've raised in the detailed report that we've discussed last year prior to the meeting, and the internal audit plan was resubmitted, is about the scope that's still outstanding. It's the one thing that's still outstanding. So the global internal audit standards do mention that you should include a preliminary scope in your internal audit plan. I know Mr. Stannard has said in the past that you do it just before the internal audit would start, then you put the scope together after you've discussed risk, etc. Still not of the opinion that that's not the correct way to do it. You need to have a preliminary scope, because you have the scope to base your audit hours on. So you can't say you're going to use 10 days for an audit if you've got no preliminary scope. It just doesn't make sense. So that my comment still stands on that. Even though the bulk of my comments have been implemented last year, and thank you, I see it's all rolled forward to the plan in that's been presented tonight. That's still one main area that I feel uncomfortable with. And then my other question was on the performance areas on page 254. I just want to get to that. I've made a comment last year also on the overlapping of the audits. Sorry, I just want to go to 254 1A, the very first performance target for internal audit. It says to complete the final revised annual audit plan by 30 May, where fieldwork falls in March. I'm going to make a comment on this again, that when I was internal audit, we used to do 100% of the internal audit plan by the 31st of March, completed and done and signed off. That's how it worked. So here you have some reports that's spilling over into the new financial year. That's comment one on this target. The second comment is, or 30 June, where fieldwork falls after March. So my question, I know that member that the employee that the presenter of this report mentioned that it was changed from July to June, but where would field work fall after March? I'm not talking about where you audit for completeness of your accounts payable, for instance, where you will look at your ledger in April, May, June, July to see if there's any payments made that relate to the previous year for accruals, etc., that type of testing. I'm talking about what field work will literally then fall after year end. Then that those audits should be included in the new audit plan. Yeah, I've got one more. No, let me rather pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have enough to pick that up now, or is that something you'd like to follow up with?
Happy to pick up a couple of those bits, if that's okay. I just before I start though, I generally want to thank Lindy for her challenge over the last period. It's definitely made us look at what we do, and that's really helpful. So yeah, just want to say a big thank you to Lindy for that. So one of the questions around providing detailed scope. Yes, as Lindy mentioned, they are the details thrashed out during when we get to do the audit, because things may have changed. Part of the scope is in the column reason for inclusion. So there's an outline scope. I appreciate it could be further, so we'll take that on board again. In terms of crossing over field work years, I think it's worth clarifying that 90% of audits do not, and systems that we review do not stop on the 31st of March. So that we can easily, and we do carry out field work in both financial years. So an example could be a review of a children's system, how we assess children for certain plans. That continues over both financial years. It doesn't make a difference. So we'll quite often generally have field work completion over both years. So there's the explanation for that, hopefully. Anything else? That's probably it in terms of immediate ones.
Did you say you had another one, Lindsay?
Chair, I think it actually relates to the next item. So I'm fine with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would iterate your comments on this. The charter and audit plan over the years have been extremely welcome. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Simon, for your report, in particular for Appendix D and being able to make that correlation between the audits and the corporate risks. I just have a concern about CR24, which is about community safety. So I can see that there are three aspects, whether it's community safe for communities, domestic violence, or serious violent crime, that is still undecided, I'm assuming, because it says TBC in terms of the focus of that audit. But I'm also noticing in Appendix B, which sets out the audit plan for the year and also compares it with the resources that have been allocated for 2025-26 and the coming year, that there's been a reduction in audit time from 61 days to 51 days. So I'm just wondering whether there's sufficient resource and whether we can get some reassurance about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question. Yes, I believe I can assure you that this resource that's allocated on the sheet is flexible. So when we come to look at that particular audit in more detail, we will say, actually, we may need additional resource. It may not be a 15-day audit, it needs 20, 25 days audit. And that will be taken from another area that we come to, and we realise the risks are actually not as significant as we realised. So the plan's flexible, and we take into account risks are basically occurring at the time of the review. That helps.
Very much. I mean, I acknowledge the changing in and the complexity of the risk environment that the council is working in. Are you able at this point to say which of those areas that your activity, your audit will be focusing on, or will that come to committee a bit later on? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can definitely provide that information to you. Not here and today, but we can provide it to you very soon, but once the consultation is fully completed. And it will, as a matter of course, come as part of each quarterly report. These are the audits that come up in the next quarter. And you'll see that from the next report that's coming. Thanks.
Do we have any other comments? Otherwise, is that...
Well, it's a very, very brief, Chair. Mr. Mill, many thanks for your report. Very comprehensive, very detailed. Obviously, yes, you've made use of audit plans from previous years, but we can pick up particularly in red highlighting, some of the tweaks for this year. And, I know the internal audit section has been particularly busy over the past 12 months, what with other distractions. And it's, something to commend that your effort to bring it here today. So this needs to be formally voted upon. So I would want to propose, as set out on page 215 of our agenda pack, that we approve it. Chair, if you want to actually read out the wording for people at home to actually have it in front of them. But it obviously needs a seconder.
So assuming we don't have any other comments, it is recommended the Audit and Governance Committee approves the internal audit charter and agrees that the chair signs the document to record this approval. This may be a virtual sign-off with email. Approves the internal audit plan 2026-27, including the detailed breakdown of Q1 audits, and notes the 2026-27 budget for the internal audit service, which was approved by council as part of the 2026-27 council budget setting and medium-term financial plan update in February 2026. I take it we have a mover in Councillor Andrews. Do we have a second? Councillor Bartlett. We need a formal vote on this one. So all in favour?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, and thank you, Sam. That was really clear. Right, item 11, internal audit, quarterly audit plan update. We have Ruth Hodges speaking to this one. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everybody. This report on the internal audit quarterly plan update can be found on page 287 of your pack. The report gives Audit and Governance Committee an update on the delivery of the audit plan for just January and February of this quarter, because due to the committee cycle, we can't give you Marches. So this will be incorporated into the July update and the Q1 update too. So the report is for members to note progress on the internal audit plan, the delivery of the internal audit plan and implementation of the recommendations. I don't propose to go through in detail, but I'll just draw your attention to some of the key points. Of the 17 reports issued in January and February, we had one partial internal audit assurance level, which was in passenger transport in the Environment Department. Since the completion of the audit and of the report, I can confirm that the high priority recommendation has now been implemented. In terms of the delivery of the internal audit plan, it is on track to meet both performance targets and to provide the information to support the Chief Internal Auditor's annual statement. And recommendations outstanding are on page 300 and 301, so I'll just draw your attention to those. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the brevity as well. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Lindy, online, please.
So I've done a little recon of the audits that was included in the internal audit plan in the previous year. Last year was the first year that we had a full scope of exactly which audits we're going to do, and that amounted to 90 audits. During the year, 6 audits were added and 16 audits removed. This brings us then to 80 audits. Over the quarters, we have reported a total of 80 audits finalized. However, in this Q4 report, it shows that 25 are still outstanding. So I guess this is where my question also comes in about overlapping into auditing over 2 year ends and doing field work. My view is that you're going to do field work if you audit in the new financial year, if your audit is not done. But it depends on what data are you looking at. Are you looking at the information prior to financial year end or after financial year end? So yes, field work you can do any month, any year, any time, but it should be done before the financial year end. But besides that, so basically it shows then that 80 of the year, 80 of the 80 reports have been finalized. So it's a bit confusing of exactly where internal audit is with the execution of the Q4 or the internal audit plan for the financial year that's about to end at the end of March. And therefore I suggest that going forward, you should, and I'm sure I have suggested this when I just started, to have a table to indicate these are the planned audits, a summary to show planned audits, Q1, what have we added, what have we removed, what have we finalized, what's in draft. Just a little table so that you have a proper progress meter to see at each quarterly audit committee meeting how far are we, what's happening, and what the actual progress is. So that's the one recommendation, and then just a bit more clarity on why it looks like you're actually 100% completed if you show that there's still 25 audits in progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a helpful and fair recommendation. Mr. Dannard, Nigel, did you want to come in on, or should I directly to Ruth if you had any comments on that, whether the committee, that would be of value to the committee?
Let Ruth go first, and then I will come in if that's okay.
Yeah,
at the.
Sorry, I just assumed that you would want to say something on that, but I obviously please, Ruth, go first.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Lindy, for your comments. Just in terms of one of your points there, in terms of when we do the field work and in what year it is, part of our terms of reference document will state the detailed terms of reference document that's agreed with the client will state the period over which the field work is undertaken. So that's determined at the start of the audit and agreed as part of that process. And in terms of your comments, we provide as part of the report a list of what's in progress, obviously because of time moving on and the dates we've needed to do that. We have now progressed that. We've had additional reports finalised and additional reports got to draft stage in that report. So that was a snapshot when the report was submitted several weeks ago. So the progress has moved on. All audits have now been commenced and all bar 2 are in fieldwork situations now. So it has moved on and we're working towards those timeframes that we've got in our audit charter. And I note your comment about whether, I think we do present all of that information, but I take on board that we could perhaps present that in a clearer report. So I think we can discuss that with further with members, and that might be something we can consider as part of the Chief Internal Auditor's annual report, or incorporate it into our quarter report if there's a clearer way of presenting it. But hopefully all that information is provided to you, but I take on board your comments. Thank you. Over to Nigel Stannard, if that's convenient with the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ruth did cover it actually. So the point I wanted to make was that what Lindy is asking is covered in my Chief Internal Auditor's annual report, but I do take on board that we could provide the same information on a rolling ongoing basis. So committee do see it on an annual basis, but not on a quarterly basis. So we can take that on board and change.
Yep, I'm happy with that. I assume committee members are happy with that. Can we put that on the action tracker to take away and just think about the best way to make that clear? But I know that we do receive all of that information. It's a question of presentation. Okay, that's really helpful. I just wanted to quickly touch on the high priority recommendations where the target date was not met. I see a number of those from previously aren't there anymore, which is welcome. And I think it's a little bit too soon after the original dates to ask for officers to come and sort of account for the delay for the others. But I did want to flag the outer borough placements one that stood out to me as one that could potentially have significant impact from the individuals involved. I don't know enough about it, but that strikes me as serious. So I would say this is the revised target date is the end of this month. So should we say for that one that we'll assume that will be it will be not here by the next quarter, but if it is, we'd want to have them in for that to justify that. Councillor Bartlett.
Thanks. I'm glad you raised. I was going to question that one too, but I just wonder what the implications of this are, because I'm not quite sure. Is it that we don't know that we've actually got people outplaced because we don't have a record of it? Which, if that is the case, then it's a pretty serious matter. So I just wondered if someone could give me a bit of background on what this actually means. What is the impact of it?
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't clear either, but I thought it had the potential to be quite impactful. So keen to make sure that isn't here next time. Perhaps, did you want to add?
Yeah, funnily enough, Ruth and I have had a conversation this afternoon on these, and what the charter enables me to do is if I'm not happy or unsatisfied with the progress on, or the explanation for a delay is unreasonable, or it's gone on too long, I can escalate to Audit and Governance. And I was going to suggest that one is brought to Audit and Governance if that is not implemented by the 31st of March.
Yeah, I think, okay, we'll all agree if that is to be dealt with by the end of this month. If not, it comes back to our next meeting with the officers to speak to. Perhaps you could follow up by email from the team what the risk is around that, what the consequences are for our information. Well, that would be helpful as well. On the health and fire safe children's services, health and safety and fire safety, I mean, those have been revised dates again and again. But I am inclined to take your advice as to whether or not you think it would be useful to have them come and speak to us. Again, it says the revised date is the end of this month, so perhaps if not,
my previous comment was relating to all of those 31st of March recommendations, because as you've rightly said, there's been several target dates which haven't been achieved.
Great. So either they're dealt with by the end of the month, or they're back. They come and talk to us at the next quarterly update. Brilliant. Thank you. Do we have any more comments or questions on this item? Okay, so it is recommended that Audit and Governance Committee notes the progress made and issues arising on the delivery of the 2025-26 Internal Audit Plan. B, notes the explanations provided for non-implemented recommendations, Appendix 1, and determine if further explanation and assurance from the service corporate director is required. I don't think I need to amend that with what we've discussed. I think that'll be clear from the minutes. Okay, do we have consensus to note? Thank you very much, and much appreciated. Thank you, Ruth. Right, item 12, Two Rivers Meet Studio. Thank you for your patience and for this being late on the agenda. We've had a recommendation previously that we don't want the internal audit items pushed to the end and rushed. So we've had a recommendation to make sure that they get full airing, but that does mean that you have to wait until the end. So appreciate your patience with that. Okay, just for the benefit of those watching, this item came to this committee in January, and we had a number of questions about it, which officers kindly took away to come back to us with some more detail. It actually came to the last meeting, but we decided to defer it at that meeting to give even more time for it. So it's the third time coming on the agenda, but this is with the extra information sought from some committee members. So thank you very much. I note if we wish to discuss the exempt appendices, appendices 2, 3, 5, 8 and 9, the committee would be asked to consider what do you call it? There's a resolution to exclude the press and public from that item. So do bear that in mind if you want to talk to those appendices. Right, with that, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I actually asked for this to be last on as well, so it coincided very nicely. That because I had a clash earlier that didn't end up existing, but I'm not going to dwell too much on that. So I'm bringing back the Two Rivers Meet. If you feel like you have got deja vu, that is correct, but not all of you were here those other times. So we're asking whether you as a committee are assured on the risk of council borrowing a further £1.8 million to fund a project to add 2 studios to the Two Rivers Meet Leisure Centre in Christchurch. It is one of our 5 owned and operated centres in the BCP council area and is the furthest east and has a catchment that is predominantly the old borough of Christchurch. Following requests from this committee, as the chair outlined, we brought back significantly more material with now 10 appendices, so the committee can see more clearly considerations that have been undertaken across using squash courts, single-storey extension, and as well as do nothing. Our assumptions in terms of membership and finances are based on current trends in the leisure centre, which we do know remains in growth, our current membership levels, customer insights and professional experience and judgment of our officers. There is not only a 20% contingency built into the capital plan, but combined with a £10,000 per annum sinking fund means the risk of the loan impacting the Two Rivers Meet as a service is protected beyond the projections. I would also ask the committee note that the risk on income is spread beyond just an uplift in membership, with additional income expected in party bookings, hall revenue and other areas as well, such as vending. The report does also not acknowledge that there is likely an anticipated uplift in car parking revenue from the additional visits from various user groups, both on a permit basis and on pay-as-you-go. Beyond the purely financial, enhanced facilities here will provide improved GP referral access, pay-to-play access to classes that are just not available anywhere else in the locale. By having standalone studios, we would be able to put on classes that are less seen in non-local authority centres, such as women only or quieter classes where there is a lesser volume of music that are not typically offered in commercial gyms. Our current setup uses the sports hall and the squash courts, and this compromises those offers as well as presenting issues such as lost noise in the space, noise leakage into other activities in that area, and a general perception that the classes are not as important when in fact we know that they are, and increasingly so. At the moment they need to share the space, and that limits the other activity in the sports hall, and if you want to play squash you have to play around obviously the classes as well. So we will see an increase in the total classes able to be offered, and some of the increase in income is the result of the added availability across all of those things. At our first outing, we were asked to consider what if an additional centre were to open in the area. I will say that several gym-only offers have come into existence in recent years, and Two Rivers Meet has continued to perform well due to the aforementioned growth in the sector, its position as a publicly accessible centre, and the work of our team. No one's building swimming pools that are publicly available, as they are very expensive to run and maintain. They're often part of wider kind of private clubs, which with much higher costs often typically double that of monthly membership at Two Rivers Meet. When combined with Sport England's estimate that investment in sport and leisure returns 4 to 1 in economic and social benefit, we touched on that earlier in the meeting. I hope the committee will agree that this is an acceptable level of risk to borrow against this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a number of questions last time, and I imagine we'd want to go through them. I'd want to run through my questions and hear the explanations you give. But just before I invite others to come in, I want to be clear. Our role as a committee is not to decide whether it's a good thing to do or not. We're not here to duplicate that of Cabinet and make political judgments. What we do have to be comfortable of as an Audit and Governance Committee is on the ability of the council to repay the debt over the lifetime of the debt taken out. So what we're interested in is that question about how comfortable we are around whether or not that 1.8 million is going to be returned to the council in the lifetime of that loan. And obviously, because the question of how comfortable we are on that is going to involve some of the more operational side of things, but that's not because we're straying into that. It's just on how you get comfortable on that debt repayment point. All right, with that, do any committee members want to come in first? Independent member.
Chair, I think probably just like you've got your questions, I'm really keen to hear the answers to Councillor Tarling's questions, which I think are entirely appropriate, and expand on the point that you've just made. It's not just is the investment a loan that we want to make, and is it repayable? I've forgotten the words I was going to use. It sounded great in my head about 3 minutes ago. But is it realistic, or is it a realistic amount, or is it likely to increase? Is another question that's being asked. I think Councillor Tarling covers that off. So looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Councillor Tarling let us know that he raised some questions about some of the assumptions made in the business case, and for example, around the compelling case for change. Does it optimize public value? Is it achievable and attractive? Is the spending proposal affordable? And how will it be successfully delivered? And he had some specific questions around the assumptions in the business case, such as net present value, income factors and costs. Are they expressed as net present value? And some of the assumptions around that. So just a general question for you around your comfort in the business case and the ability to repay it.
Sorry. So I think that kind of comfort comes mainly from the there was a word for it, wasn't there? The sensitivity analysis that shows the spread of kind of up and down, and where that kind of value can go. So obviously an increase in the loans, loan potential interest rate is covered in there, as well as a reduction in the uplift that we're expecting to see in the membership rate, combined with that 20% contingency and the 10% sinking fund. Sorry, not 10%, £10,000 sinking fund. I think that's where the insurance comes, that it's not going to impact on the service, which I think is the principal concern, and therefore it was comfortable to be repaid with this. In the longer term, we actually hope that we're going to be able to move this into making a net gain in terms of MTFP. Obviously, at this point, we're just interested in the loan. So I think that hopefully covers where that information is within that, without getting into all of the options.
Okay. I'm sure we'll come back to some of these issues. I see Lindy online. Come in first.
I had my question sent on an email last week or the week before. I don't see those incorporated into the report, but that being said, I don't have access to restricted documents. So I don't know whether it's been taken into account. I haven't had a response on my email either. So I'm not sure what the stance are on my questions. Thank you.
That very well may be be my fault if perhaps it was just sent to me, or did you send it to the team as well? Oh, sorry, we have, what's your name?
Helen
Thank
Warburton,
you.
Head of Leisure and Events. Thank you, Chair. We did, I think you did send that to us, and the answers are incorporated into the report. So but I think it may be in one of the appendices you're unable to open. So in terms of, because of the detail on membership, some of the questions was about the membership levels. There was a question on inflation increase, which is covered in the financial element. There's a section on the loan repayment, which is covered off in the financial implications. The sinking fund was covered off as well. Sorry, I'm just going through my little list of questions. And then there were some questions on membership and how we'd got to that, and some of the competitor analysis, and that has, they are in separate appendices. So Appendix 2 talks about some of the memberships and some of the assumptions that have been done, and Appendix 9 is the competitor, most up-to-date competitor analysis, because obviously it's changed a number of times.
So my key issue is this. You did the sensitivity analysis, which was great, on whether or not the cost, there was overspend, underspend. You did that sensitivity analysis, and on whether or not interest rates went up or improved. And my concern is that events have moved on now with global events, war with Iran. I can see it likely that construction costs may increase. I can see it likely that interest rates may not go in the direction you want. So on that basis, 15% increase in membership is necessary just to break even. So, and it says a membership of 10% is not viable in any scenario. It has to be 15 just to break even. And that's before you bring into account what if things deteriorate around construction costs, energy costs. So for me, this comes down to whether or not 15% membership increase is really robust or not. And that's the bit I'd be really keen to hear your thoughts on. So my concern is that, I think it said, one of the papers said, I think 6% increase is normal across the industry. And we're talking, I mean, 15% is quite a large ask. I think that's for every 4.5, 5 members they get an extra one. Are you likely to do that just because of studio space when we know there's pop-up yoga studios, we know there's other leisure centres? And this is one of the reasons why I'm concerned about it not happening at the same time as looking at all the leisure centres together, because it might be great to build a studio, and that might attract some more some more members. But then what if one of the other big leisure centres does something really exciting next year, 2 years from now? Well, then again, that's going to affect the membership assumptions. And then similarly, I think there's a real question there around if it's paid for activities, because it did say there'd be pay per, what do you call it? Pay per activity on the, what do you call it? Yeah, pay as you go. Say there is an income from pay as you go to classes and things. How comfortable are you that that is going to translate into members? If you can go to a class and not, how guaranteed are you for all of those people that want to use the studio to become members? So I guess my question is, if you've already got the swimming pool, the gym, you've got the soft play, you've got the squash courts, if all of that gives you one membership, how comfortable are we that an extra studio is going to be as valuable as a quarter of that extra? And so really keen on your thoughts, because for me it does feel like a stretch, and it is, the debt is unrepayable if that 15% isn't met. And that's the bit that why I'm emphasizing this so much. Please, talk too much.
So I'll try and give you a bit of an overview of the income assumptions as a whole. Firstly, in terms of pay as you go, this is where a public leisure centre is different to a member centre, that you can just go to a class. You don't have, if you can't afford a full membership and that commitment monthly, that's where as a public leisure centre and a community leisure centre, you do have that option. So there is that's why in the income you've got membership levels, and then you've also got a separate line which is pay as you go, because we do have both customers. In terms of the member numbers, and we've broken down what that looks like in Appendix 2 a little bit more in terms of actually numbers based on different tiers and levels. That won't all be necessarily new members, some of it's retention. So we look at our membership on a monthly basis, and we analyse how many we've retained and how many we've got. So you can keep getting new members, and we do keep getting new members, but it's also as important to retain the members through customer satisfaction. So there will be a mix from that. In terms of coming to the assumptions, there's a mix in terms of, so we are seeing that there is growth in leisure as a whole. That's not necessarily all on this one model, and that the percentage is without any investment and is generally across the leisure industry. So in terms of the assumptions, we've worked on customer insights, we've worked on, we're fortunate enough that we have the local authority knowledge from the leisure centre, but we also have the private sector where we've brought leisure centres in. So we've got a lot of expertise in terms of the leisure centres and the national picture that's been used as well for that in terms of it, as well as our insights and our calculations on how many classes that we could do. We also see that there's a spike in waiting lists at certain points, where if we had more capacity, we can see that the demand's there. We've also are turning away bookings in our sports hall, where we only have half the space at the moment because we're using it for classes. I've tried to do it as a summary.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got quite a few questions. I can either put them all together and you can go through them one by one, or do them individually, whichever you prefer. But the key to it, yes, it's the 18%, which you forecast in order to make it viable. There's no evidence presented in the paper of how you've come up with 18%. It's very easy to write a business case and just come up with 18%, because that then makes the numbers work. But there's no evidence to support that 18% is realistic, and I put it to you that it probably isn't. It's based on a membership increase, but half of the revenue that you're saying is going to come back is through additional facilities hire and other activities outside of the membership, obviously associated with it. But it again, and it's a pretty big assumption that you're going to get a 50% revenue increase as a result of an increase in the membership, particularly when it's confined to attracting new members for the gym itself. So that's one point. One thing I did wonder is why it's not in the budget, this year's budget. It's not in the council budget that's just been approved. So if this was a requirement, why hasn't it been put forward and approved in this coming budget? The council budget, it's not in there. Is this facility currently washing its own face? Is it profitable at the moment? The figures I've got suggest that it's not, and I've got some detailed information on what the financial outturn for this year is going to be. So are we sort of putting in more money only to improve the sales, but in order to make up the loss that the facility is already making? So that's another issue. There is an issue, and probably maybe we might need to go into private session, I think, on some aspects of some of the questions I want to ask, but so I won't touch on that until we do that, if you don't mind, Chair. So if the investment is made and we go ahead with this and it doesn't happen, and I've looked at the risk mitigation, and there isn't much risk mitigation you can make once you've invested it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, which means that if it doesn't work, then the shortfall on revenue to pay the costs will be picked up by the general fund, and it means that generally the taxpayer will pick up the cost if it doesn't succeed. Where I'm coming to, I think, is that overall it appears to me that the investment is far too risky. And you know, that 3%, the difference between 18%, 15%, 15%, so there's 3% difference, and it assumes, and you know, there's too many questions on how good that 18% really is. You know, what's the evidence to support it? If it was there and you could see it, yeah, fine. But you haven't got to slip very far for it not to be viable financially. And if what I'm saying about the future, the facility already not washing its own face in terms of cost, that makes that situation even worse. I think I've probably summarised some of my concerns, and I do accept the other issue as well about, you know, the future of the strategic review of leisure centres is not very far away, and I actually believe that this is something that should be included within that analysis. And I think it would be premature to make an investment of this size with those incumbent risks at this point. And I think that ought to wait until the strategic review is conducted to see what the future of all of the centres are and the relationship between them. So, but there is one issue I would like to raise in closed session, Chair. Thanks.
Fine, let's continue the discussion and then we'll close for any remaining questions. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you. I know we're not supposed, well, we're talking about the business case. I'd like to know then what is this new review that is going to be done of the leisure centres? That would be point one. How long is that in the future? And my other feeling is, having obviously not been on this committee, surely there's an element of community benefit here that you don't put totally in financial terms. And I do note that it says here, and I had no idea of this, that all the other leisure centres have got this facility. Dear old Christchurch has not. I had no idea that we hadn't, obviously not using that particular centre. The other thing is, I think, Chairman, you mentioned that, well, there are other centres. Christchurch is an isolated little unit. We can't get out very easily. If you want to go to a leisure centre, you go to Two Rivers Meet, or you don't bother. Or in fact, we probably go to Hampshire, to be honest. So it's very difficult to say, well, we could always go up to the one in Castle Lane or whatever. So my feeling is that if it isn't done now, I'd like to know what the procedure would be to wait for this next review, bearing in mind the reputational feeling that I have that if this hits Facebook, it will all be, you know, woe and despair about naughty or BCP not doing it. And I know that's not a financial feeling, but it is a feeling from a councillor in that area.
No, I completely understand that, and in fact, I recently wanted council to borrow 1.8 million for something else, 2.6 million for something else. So I completely understand, but it's this ability to repay it that I think is important for us. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you. A couple of meetings ago, I did say I was in support of it. I'm still in support of this. I used to live in Christchurch, and you know that leisure centre, as you know, is quite old, and it hasn't had much done to it. And this is an opportunity to improve facilities. It's going to be a multi-purpose facility. So, yeah, you know, if a gym or badminton isn't the thing, then it can be adapted for other uses and purposes. And in fact, obviously concentrating on the money actually being paid by somebody to hire the hall or members using that thing is part of the income. But I'm assuming that you have factored in to the fact that people going there quite commonly make use of the cafeteria. I think there is a refreshment cafe there, or there used to be, And clearly, obviously, we charge people to park in the car park as well. So, you know, I think the benefit of this, compared with borrowing money for other things and investing it on properties that we don't own, you know, we own this, and we will benefit from this investment for years to come. And it's something that Christchurch should have done. And, you know, prevaricating and waiting for a review on all leisure centres as and when that's done. No, I would like to see, to quote somebody, spades in the ground. Thank you.
And remember, Sam, I'm just coming.
Yeah, can I suggest we get back to the money and the investment? That's what we're here to talk about, whether it can be repaid. We're not here to discuss whether there's a need for this. That's already been decided. So I'd really like us to hear your answers to the questions that are directly connected with that as possible. And for me personally, that circles back to something that actually Councillor Andrews brought up a couple of meetings ago, and Councillor Tarling's taken forward, which is there is a big risk that as soon as a spade goes in the ground, the cost is going to go up because there are unknown quantities. That is quite a big concern for me, because then it doesn't matter what your percentage is, it won't fit. Thank you.
There's a fair few questions in there. If you wanted to pick up as much.
I'll give it a go. Thank you. Okay, I'll try and pick up on all of the points, but I've tried to make some notes as we go along. So firstly, just on the income, it isn't just the membership income that is a line in there, but as I think as some have said, there's other income lines as well. So there's sports bookings, for example. There's function and facility hire. We get a lot of inquiries for that, and at the moment we can't do that. It's 2 studios, so you wouldn't have. I think one of the questions that came in from the committee is how do the two work together? You wouldn't have back-to-back classes every hour, so that there would be a programme there that would have a mix of there could be a rental for, say, a dance group, for example, for an evening a week. Another day would be a studio. So we've tried to apportion that in the income lines. In terms of the costs of the build, I think it's Appendix 8 gives a bit of an overview of that. That has been costed in through our internal works team, and all of I think Councillor Tarling asked quite a few questions in terms of the robustness. That has been done through where it isn't from, it's got to come from another source. It's been on a quotation basis. They have included contingency and inflation, and actually as that's been refined, we've gone from what was a 10% contingency to a 20% at the moment, because they are still refining that, ready for a planning stage. In terms of hopefully in Appendix 8 you can see just some of those items in terms of what could come up in terms of planning, and as we went further on in terms of the governance, and I've tried to detail how that would work further on in the paper. Every project would have a senior responsible officer, which would be the Director of Commercial Operations for this one, and within that there'll be various milestone reporting. So if, for example, you got to the planning phase and suddenly there was other elements, despite the pre-planning and the assessments that have been done by the facilities team, then obviously there would be a review at that point. You wouldn't then put the spade in the ground if there was some uncertainty at that point. So there are milestones reporting, and there's a way of monitoring risks as you go through the project in order to make sure that we are still on track and that tolerances aren't exceeded within that. So there would be a structure around that, which I've tried to detail out a little bit in the report.
Oh, okay. Can I just mean this? Sorry, thank you. Does that mean you're able to provide us with a reassurance that if you personally stick a spade in the ground and found out that there was some dodgy ground there that you couldn't build on, you'd come back and say stop the project rather than exceed budget?
As in before construction was started, yes. If there was something that came up and then suddenly you wouldn't draw down the capital, the repayment would start obviously when we start drawing down. There's a planning process to go through first in order to there's a lot of work that has been done, but obviously you don't know everything. There will always be some risk. So then, yes, you would then come back. Obviously, yeah, of course. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure I picked up all of the information. I think there was one just in terms from Councillor Bartlett in terms of is it at a cost neutral? No, it's not at a cost neutral at the moment. The leisure centres aren't, but they've moved since they have been moving in a positive direction. So there are still growth to bring down that subsidy, and that's ongoing. And you'll see that there's a continued saving in the MTFP at the moment for a further £100,000 in that saving, and that's not linked to this. This is across leisure.
Thank you.
So I was just going to kind of continue on. It wasn't in the budget because it wasn't kind of defined at that point. Obviously, if the borrowing is approved and we take it forward, it will then appear in the budget going forwards. But because obviously we didn't know whether it would be or not, then it wasn't included. There is also a risk in not doing anything at all, in that obviously we could continue to be in a worse position, and that the leakage of members continues. We don't get to realise that as facilities do open up around us. I think there's some risk in both of those things. The further investment in the future is also kind of not precluded or kind of impacted by this. It's about kind of dealing with some of the wider facilities and back of house stuff in a lot of the other leisure centres and energy, as much as it is kind of improving some of the front of house facilities and making those. And in terms of not reaching that, borrowing the service would have to obviously kind of look to make those savings, which obviously is in a net deficit position at the minute, but the team do work very hard to kind of address those where they can.
Thank you. I think Councillor Nenova, unless you wanted to come in on that particular point. Councillor Nenova.
Now I've got two on. I was going to say that I think it's really difficult to eliminate all element of risk. If you'd had this meeting, a month ago, before the current war was going on, we wouldn't have known about it. It's a bit like deciding to buy a house. You're both employed, you're doing well, anything, you can't see into the future. So I think while this is really useful, there will always be an element of risk with repaying the loan. And this particular facility has got a lot of car parking. I don't go to Little Down, but I hear that it has challenges with parking, especially after Christmas when everyone makes their New Year's resolutions. So having more studio space here may make a lot of difference to the membership. I mean, I don't know how the figures are calculated, but and I do see the point of Christchurch. I was just looking up, Poole has got a couple of leisure centres, Bournemouth has one. Christchurch does need to have its own modern facility, and you can't kind of cancel out the community benefit, which is really important for Christchurch.
Councillor Cox.
Thanks. And in terms of the budget, I think you would have been quite rightly very critical if it had been in the budget, because we would have been assuming that you would have passed it, and so that's a very good reason for it not being in the budget. And the other thing I'd mention is that we're expecting a surplus on this, so I'm actually hoping that this will improve the MTFP. That we are expecting this to be a positive variance, and so therefore we will get money in. We're not going to lose money on this at all. If we were going to lose money on it, then I would be saying don't do it. I think from the income perspective, I appreciate people are sceptical, but it has been gone into in enormous detail, and there will always be risk. But from what I can see, that the income calculations have been fairly robust as you can ever be in these sort of circumstances. And the sources of income are multiple; they're not just from one source alone. So we're not just relying on one source of income. I understand the cost of build variances, but as Councillor Harriott has already said, there is a fairly significant contingency. I'm not expecting. In fact, this week, only yesterday, I was with a house builder, and I was questioning him about these costs, and he's not expecting a big increase in house building costs. He's more worried about sentiment than anything else, but he's not considering the cost of materials. That's not what he's worrying about. And in terms of Councillor Bartlett's point about the fact he's already making losses, well, yeah, most leisure centres tend to be. But actually, this is an opportunity to improve it even further. So not improve the losses, but to reverse the losses. And so I think this is a real positive variance. I think somebody was talking about risk mitigation, and there is risk mitigation here because you've got other sorts of income which we're not even taking into account. We're just leaving there, like parking, like catering, like other sources that are going to come in. So there is potential. Well, there is quite a bit of mitigation that can happen. There was a point about the review of the leisure centres, and personally, I don't think that's relevant to this decision at all. Yes, there will be a review of all leisure centres, and the fact that this one will have a new hall, being built, it will be part of that, but it shouldn't delay this investment decision, as far as I'm concerned. I think it was Councillor Dedman was talking about the community benefit. We're not taking that into account. Yes, there will be, but we're not taking that into account. And if we deliberately did not take that into account, because we're absolutely, assured that this will pay its way and contribute towards the MTFP.
Thank you for that. Just to make sure that I understand this, 50% of the income is assumed to come from pay-as-you-go events being put on. 50% is assumed to come from membership increase, and that's an increase on what the current levels. So that's in addition to declining membership, and that has to be 18% just to get that surplus, and that is assuming that interest rates don't rise beyond the 5.88%, and it assumes that the budget doesn't increase by more than 5%, and then 18% membership is necessary just to make the surplus you're talking about. So I am perhaps more pessimistic about interest rates, and I'm more pessimistic about building cost escalating. So given that 18%, just to make that the surplus you're talking about, and that is I'm really fascinated at the confidence. It's almost like an extra 20%. And that's people who, and just to add, that's people who, it's not people who, they could use the new facilities pay as you go without becoming members, right? And so what it is that is going to make those extra, 1 in 5 become a member, that is the bit that I'm fascinated.
Certainly, my understanding is that it's like a dam, and at the moment it's constrained, and there's not enough. People are waiting, and will become members. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then there will be a rush, and it's at the moment it's restricted. We can't cope with it. We haven't got the people are being turned away effectively. So actually, I'm more optimistic than you are, Eleanor. So.
Why would they be being turned away if they want to be members now? Why are they being turned away? Why would the studio make the difference to that?
Sorry, can I just clarify a couple of bits in that? So in terms of what you were just saying about the income, it's not 50% of membership, it is 50% of memberships, but then not 50% of casual pay as you go. That's an element. If you look in the income, that's an element, as well as increased sports hall use, holiday clubs, for example, external facility hire. So it's not a 50-50 split on pay as you go. In what we're saying in peak demand, so there's peak times when the classes we could take more. There's demand for sports hall bookings which we can't accommodate. So that's that
that makes sense, but that doesn't increase membership.
So the membership is a different line on there, and in terms of membership satisfaction, it does, because it's not just about the sales, it's about the retention as well. So if our members can't get the classes that they want and don't have the satisfaction, and there's some information from our Moving Communities, which is a Sport England database that talks about the gap between satisfaction. So if they can't then get what they want, then they would then say, okay, well, we would lose that member. So it's a line between increasing the membership, so that 18% membership uplift will be some of the retention and some new sales. It's a baseline. So we monitor monthly our baseline membership. Does that make sense?
It does make more sense, but I can see the point about having being able to offer the clubs would help with the membership retention, but why it would increase membership when you can go just to the clubs? That's the bit that I don't get. I get why it might stop people leaving if they have to go elsewhere for a sports club. I get that point, but I don't understand why you're then going to get the additional increase in membership if you don't need to be a member to use the new studio. Am I being clear on this? It's that I'm not sure what I'm struggling to understand about this.
Because there will become a tipping point. So if you're a pay-as-you-go member and you can suddenly access 4 classes a month that you were unable to access before, you might then convert into a member as well, freeing up the spaces for potentially more pay-as-you-go members, and also looking at the other facilities. But I think the pay-as-you-go option that we provide as a local authority isn't available in almost any other facility, with the exception of obviously the BH Live ones, which do serve different areas. Whereas, if you decide you want to go to 1 class a month and that's your only class and that's your activity as part of your social class, you can do that at a BCP or a BH Live facility, whereas you couldn't do that. Well, you could do that, I suppose, if you were a member at David Lloyd, but it would be a very expensive way of doing it, because I think typical membership is about £150 there a month. But I think you'd see people use these in different ways, and I think if people would convert to those memberships once they see the financial benefit, or just the ease of doing it, because obviously that allows you access to the pool and the other facilities as well.
Councillor Novo, did you want to come back?
Okay. I was just going to say that my understanding is that if you pay as you go, you pay and you go to 4 classes a month, you'd end up paying a little bit more in normally than so if you sign up as a member, then you pay a reduced price. And also I understand from people that go to the gym that you're making a commitment. So when you decide, and once you've paid and you've signed up, you're more likely to go. But it's probably more the financial, that if you pay for each class, you end up paying more than if you had a membership.
And is that something built into the business case, that there is an incentive in any use of the hall, that there's an incentive to translate that into membership?
I mean, I think the incentive sits with the prospective member, in that the pay-as-you-go price is higher for gym and classes and the swimming than if you are once you've converted that into a membership. It's effectively in some of those spaces go as much as you possibly can or would like. And I think everyone's tried the try and force myself financially into going to the gym. I'm not going to say it always works though, unfortunately.
So I've lost track of order. Is it Councillor Armstrong, then Councillor Bartlett?
Is it okay to move on to a slightly different topic? I just want to come back to spades in the sand, and also just reflecting on Councillor Tarling's comments, and looking at the risk assessment as well. So the key in-ground risks, including the known settlement around the site, the potential methane or sulfate contamination from former gasworks and the landfill, and the poor bearing capacity. Also noting that the entrance to the centre currently lies within a recognised flood risk area. So there's still, it looks like, reading the risk assessment, that there's still more work to be done on ascertaining what the impacts of that and a geotechnical study. So that was my point about spades in the sand and the fact that once you put them in, there might be all these other issues that currently we don't know about. One of the points that I made last time we discussed this was about the funding model, whether it was the best fit, and whether there were other partners or the community that could be partnered with to put the funding, you know, get the funding package together. I note that the business case mentions strategic SIL. I think that we can't really rely on that at the moment. That's going to be something that will be decided upon by the town council. And I also was just looking at the competitor analysis, which was really useful to include that. And I note that in relation to the conversation we're just having about take up of the hall space and renting out the space to other groups. So there are 6 key competitors that are quite established competitors and 14 that look like they're more sort of community based. I'm just wondering whether there really is that much demand for room space. I'll leave it there. There's quite a few points. Thanks.
I think we covered if we get to a point where there is an obstruction in the ground as part of surveys and things like that, we would stop. We wouldn't go, we're going to keep spending as much money as we can until we run out. It may be that we thought it was viable and brought it back for an uplift should that be needed within outside the envelope. But obviously, as we know, that we think that margin is okay as it is. So that's where we would go. But if it came, you know, if we suddenly discover a £1 million bill in the ground, we would stop before we encountered that bill. In terms of, I suppose, local room hire, certainly my experience in Bournemouth is that people are crying out for community room hire. There's normally the one near me, that the Ensbury Park Community Centre is fully booked. You can't get a room at all. I know that Bourne Community Hub in Poole has a similar kind of fullness issues. So I'm kind of assured on that. I don't know Christchurch as a local market particularly myself. Strategic SIL would be retained by BCP. It's different to neighbourhood SIL. That's going to be going to the town councils. And I think we discounted strategic SIL because we could make a commercial case. We could have approached for a strategic SIL bid on this, but because we thought we could make a commercial case that obviously could pay back a loan, it allows strategic SIL to remain in the pot for those projects where perhaps there is not a commercial repayment plan that could be made. You know, we talk about you know, strategic SIL at the minute is being used across the bridges in Poole. Obviously, they are really critical infrastructure, but we don't get any money back from investing in those. Whereas we think we can make the money back here. Did I cover everything?
Councillor Bartlett, did... Oh, sorry. Sorry, you had, there was one remaining question, wasn't there?
Right. So,
sorry, but thanks. You covered a lot of that. Thank you, Rich. But in terms of, yes, just assurance with regards to the funding model, whether it's the best fit. I know we touched on this in the last meeting, but I'd just like to know a bit more around that. Thank you.
So, I mean, if you can find someone who can give us £1.8 million, that would be really, like, I think, preferable than borrowing it. I think this is, whilst we think this is obviously viable, and we're making hopefully a case, then other models would have been preferable where we wouldn't have had to repay capital or anything like that. Obviously, the reserves are not in a position to do this. I think traditionally the local authority would have perhaps looked at reserves for a project like this, but they're not around at the minute, as we've heard on on the still addressing the send deficit or the remnants of the send deficit will remain challenging using reserves that will kind of either exist now or in the future or may not. But yeah, I think whilst this is viable, I think everyone's preference would be to not have to borrow to do this and look to do it in a different way.
Councillor Bartlett, did you indicate you wanted to come in now?
Just, I did ask the question earlier on, it's not been answered. Where did the 18% come from, and where's the evidence to support it? You know, it's the crux of the argument really here. If it actually has some evidence to support that, it seems to me almost like it's a figure plucked out of the air to make the sums work. So where did the 18% come from? How was it, you know, where's the evidence to support it?
So there's not a set, I can't sit here and say there's a set calculation. We've worked on what our memberships are. We monitor on a monthly basis all of every single membership, what the retention reasons are, what the if somebody's left, what the sales figures are. So in terms of the margins that are in there in appendix 2, in terms of, obviously there's different memberships, so we've given you a bit of an average of a couple of the core membership levels, then that from looking at that performance data would be a reasonable uplift within it. We've looked at what the reasons why we don't retain, and largely it does come down to studios. We've looked at, and some of that is from our own member insights, our own customer services teams in the centres, but some of that you can also see on the Sport England Moving Communities in terms of the satisfaction and where that is. So that is part of it. We've looked at the competitors, and you know, a note about the community halls. This is dedicated studio space, which again, the Les Mills Global Fitness Report is talking about that they talk about an unimaginative environment is likely to cost operators more, and they want that dedicated space, that dedicated studio space. So yes, there are other elements, but there's not anything that is quite has the USP of that community leisure centre that we have, and that the membership that it brings. We've used our current membership data. We've looked at the competitors and the customer insights. We've looked at the experience as well in terms of the leisure centre staff and the leisure managers. Some of them have been in there many years, so they're very experienced. You've got some very experienced staff in there that have looked at that. We've modelled it. There's been an awful lot of insights that have gone into it. It's not on a formula basis, but it's a combination of all of those.
Okay, thank you. I think what you're saying is a very subjective assessment of effectively. There's not any numbers behind it that you've been put at, that you can collect and see why 18% has been derived. You know, so much natural increase because Sports England said there's going to be an increase. And it's just the experience of people that are saying that it's going to.
Sorry, just to come back on Sport England, that's specifically relating to Two Rivers Meet. So we are on a platform that takes our booking data, it feeds directly from our data, and it will give information specific. So it's not on it's Sport England, as in it's a national body, but it's not done as this is an average across it. We monitor the performance data continually, so we have a very good idea in terms of what is realistic in terms of membership numbers and uplift, and we can see on every little part, because of the reporting system that we have through the leisure centre memberships, that can really drill down those areas, so we can see where those changes are, which is so it's been done with that data in mind.
Can we go into closed session, please, Chair?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, Councillor Herrick.
I'll just add that these figures are obviously tested really robustly internally as part of the process through the CMB process and at senior level before they're even kind of put to this position. And I don't think, and including obviously the outgoing finance director, who I don't think would have pressed this on had he not been convinced of or allowed this to continue, should I say, had he not been convinced of the robustness of it. This is not, we've not plucked these figures. These figures have been tested both at a service level and at a senior level within the organisation.
Councillor Deb. Yeah.
So just when you were talking about all the factors that you put into this increase in membership, I didn't notice, but probably in the paper, but I haven't seen it, the increase in population in Christchurch, which is massive at the moment. We've got 3 big building sites going on in various areas. So was that factored in? I see we're supposed to have a population of 48,000, which in my view is that's a low figure. It's much bigger than that now. And we're talking about surrounding areas. Just be interested to see if that was a factor.
So it's been done. So all of our figures in terms of competitor and everything has been done on the now of where we are now. So yes, there is an increase in residents. There's a changing demographic as well, where we're making sure that our classes then adapt, and the studios would give that opportunity to be able to reach all of the areas of the community as well. But we've done it on now and where we are today.
The fact that we've got another, well, quite a few thousand more residents would be a good factor in it if we looked at it.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer.
Chair, dare I interrupt proceeding before we go into a closed session? I wonder whether the normal 2-hour break has gone, whether or not just members would consider a comfort break for those watching online as well, who might want to take part or at least listen after the closed session.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think we need to go into closed session, but I think we should take a 10-minute comfort break, and then have the closed session, and then return. Do I need to, so I'll pass this resolution first. So under section 100A(4) of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for the following item of business on the grounds that it involves a likely disclosure of exempt information, as defined in paragraph 3 of Schedule 12A of the Act, and that the public interest in withholding the information outweighs such interest in disclosing the information. Do we have agreement with that? Do we need to vote for that, or can we vote that back? You happy to second that?
No, actually, oh, sorry. No, actually, I would really like this thing to be done in public. I'm not really aware of what extra information is going to be extracted and debated from the copious information being given. The officers have been tested now for about an hour on this, and and the portfolio holder, I'm satisfied with their replies. So I really would like it to be dealt with in open session. So if it comes to the vote, I'll be voting against.
Would anybody else like to second the proposal to go into exempt session? Councillor Bartlett. Yeah. Okay. So should we have a vote on whether to go into exempt session so we can debate some of the confidential appendices? Yeah, please.
As an independent person, I would like it explained to me why this content is classified as confidential, because I read it and I didn't see anything that seemed like a skeleton or an issue in there that isn't already kind of like known somehow in the public arena. Why? Can I just have an understanding of that, please, before you have your vote? Is that okay?
Okay, Councillor Bartlett, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, there are issues that I wish to raise that are commercially confidential, not just to the council, but also maybe from some of the competitors. And so, for that reason, I think I can assure you it will be brief. There's not a lot to say, but there's 1 or 2 points I do need to make that do have a direct impact on the financial viability of this scheme, and it's important that you hear about it.
And from my perspective, the finances of this as a commercial entity are relevant, and I wouldn't want members to be unable to raise their concerns or their questions because of that. But as you say, it should be brief and limited to anything that would that should not be in the public domain about the finances of the commercial the commercial side of it. Monitoring Officer, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Little to add, Councillor Bartlett's covered it really. Commercial sensitivity is one of those caveats we have, as well as confidential information. the difficulty in explaining it. If I explain it, it might well draw attention to what it is we're trying to restrict. So there's a lot of irony, but it's to be reassured that the officers would have considered what may be commercially sensitive. Not all of the appendices are restricted. So I'm reassured and I'm satisfied that what is going to be discussed, if there is some concern or risk that it may delve into the restricted content, then we have to. My advice to the chair is that we go into confidential session. So it is legitimate in my view, and Councillor Bartlett has indicated that he does want to refer to a restricted appendix, and on that basis, if it's not in a closed session, then the committee would not be able to debate it.
So I would be happy to support that on the understanding that it's going to be limited to anything commercially sensitive, and then we return to the discussion. So I'm happy to read. Should we vote for that? I'm happy to vote supportive of it. All
Okay,
right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So
Any against?
Those against? Councillor Andrews.
I'm abstaining.
Okay.
An abstention. Thank you very much. So I propose that we will have a, should we say 5 or 10 minutes? I think 10 minutes comfort break. And then we'll do the exempt session, and then we will Thank you, everybody joining online, for your patience while we had a short exempt session. We are now re-inviting the public, and then we'll carry on. The first thing I would like to do is to bring in the Section 151 officer. Should we wait until the monitoring officer and the public return? But I think it would be useful to bring in the Section 151 officer to comment on the work you've done on the robustness, as that came up. I think we might have lost the public. Please bear with us online. Thank you. Welcome back, and thank you for your patience. So let's try and limit to last questions and then any final reflections, and then we'll move to a vote. So before doing so, I'd like to invite the Section 151 officer to comment on your view on the considerations that the committee should take into account, and the work you've done on the assumptions.
Thank you, Chair. I think the committee's done exactly what we would expect them to do in terms of challenging the robustness of the business case that's come forward. I think from the financial perspective, we have worked significantly as a team with leisure on building up this business case. And the business case, from our professional view, it's been stress tested. There's sensitivity analysis, there's options appraisals, all of the good things you'd expect in a business case. And we've advised the service around interest rates and the mechanics of the finance. We are not experts, though, this is the financial services, on leisure. And we're not experts in terms of membership rates and whatnot. The officers that have been presented are. And the evidence that's there to back that up, in my view, is comprehensive, but it's based on that evidence. And it's not something I can give reassurance to on that, but I'm content with the robustness of the business case being presented.
Thank you. I think that's helpful to distinguish between what's your expertise and what's your expertise on this. Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. Yeah, we explored some information below the line which was interesting and relevant and useful, but on balance, I'm still convinced that this is something we should be going for, and I want to propose, as set out on page 303 of the agenda, that Audit and Governance do recommend to Council next week approval of authorised borrowing of the Council to accommodate the 1.8 million financing for the extension at Two Rivers Meet Leisure Centre proposal. So I obviously need somebody to second it.
Well, I was just about to suggest that others have their last questions and any final comments on it, but do we take it that nobody else does? Councillor Jedman.
Can I both second, but also I did have a comment which refers to my point about population, that it's apples and oranges in the sense that people have been talking about interest rates, building costs, the future, but you're not looking at the vast increase of younger people coming to Christchurch both now and in the future. But yes, happy to second, Councillor.
Well, if we're jumping straight to a vote, I wanted to say my. Can we debate that? I'd like to debate that. So, just to sum up, where I think I've landed, genuinely open-minded about this. I believe in investing in public assets, and I see the need. I am trying to keep it focused not to social benefits and wider benefits, but keep it focused on, can this debt be repaid? Because I don't believe that BCP council taxpayers should have to pay for a studio in Christchurch. And so it's really, really important to me that we're confident that it can pay for itself. I hear the work that you've done, and I do value your expertise that 18% membership increase is doable. I don't see it because it sounds quite steep to me, especially with the 6% UK trend figure quoted in there. I do appreciate the work you've done, but I don't personally see how you can be that confident in the 18%. So to me, it seems like a marginal case and a judgment case. I would also say that I am increasingly anxious about some of the other assumptions around it. I think there's the potential for manufacturing, construction, energy costs to increase. I think there's the possibility of interest rates increasing. I think I notice there's still the 2% inflation rate over the course of the borrowing, which is still baked in there, which again I don't know that we can be assured on. So I feel like, you know, there's always risk in these things, but I feel like at this particular time, 18% plus that background feels like a stretch. So I can't make myself comfortable that the 18% is a safe bet, or the 15% is even a safe bet, even though I understand the reasons, the rationale you have. And the final point I would say is about, if there is a value in this, but there are alternative ways to fund it that can be explored. And I think that there is an opportunity to do that. You know, if there is that social benefit and everything, that sounds like political judgment to find, you know, something like from SIL, something with the town council, something with other sources of funding. It's not to say that this shouldn't go ahead and can't go ahead. It's this question about borrowing, just taking out a loan for this. That's the bit that I'm unsure on. So I don't feel like it's going to end the hope of it if we don't borrow for it. It's just this question: are we really happy taking out a loan, and with all the current uncertainty, just for this? So that's where I am.
Can I just say again, the town council has nothing to do with it because they don't own it. So why would they do it? I see your point. Anybody can, you know, it's really good that anybody can put money in, but I don't see that the town council has any way to do it.
Well, it can raise a precept if there's a social benefit to it, as you highlight. That sounds like, or some sort of partnership with BCP for doing it. I'm sure there's, you know, this isn't for me to decide. I'm just saying I think there are other sources of funding.
I'm glad to hear there's some benefit in town councils then.
I'm told there are. I'm told there are. If there are, then let's see them cough up for things where there's social benefit. But I'm not here to say where the money should come from. I just think this is too marginal a case. The assumptions are too great for me to feel comfortable going ahead at this stage, especially because it's the beginning. You know, once it starts, if there's something happens and building cost rises, we've already started work. It's going to be so much harder. And I think I don't want future council regretting our decision to start with these assumptions. I can just imagine a future A&G committee saying, how did they think they could get an 18% increase in membership with a studio? I can just imagine it. Anyway, so that's where I am, but appreciate others will feel differently. Did anyone else want to have any kind of concluding comments on their views on it? Thank you, Sam.
As I don't have a vote as an independent member, and our chair has just given her view, I'll give a balance. Yeah, I think the case is actually quite strong. This is the third time that you've come to visit us, and I appreciate the extent of the work that you've put in. I do understand the figures. I do understand the case that you've put together. And as an independent person, I actually prefer this method of funding in that the project finances itself. And I think this is a really great step in a brilliant direction for the council to enter into. I understand it's somewhat come about because of circumstance, because of the council financial situation. But for me, it makes good business sense to make these projects pay for themselves. So I'm particularly keen that it's being conducted and managed in this way. You've provided the reassurances that we needed, which was about the spades in the ground, when you can stop, your get out clauses, and also the figures on repeat. So I think actually on a financial front and risk front, I'm very comfortable with it. And I thank you very much for your presentation. Hope that brings some balance.
Any other comments? I'm assuming the portfolio holders, you are confident it's going to wash its face.
Well, I think we'd be the ones explaining why it didn't. I think, but yeah, I think we wouldn't be attempting to put the council in a worse financial position at this point. We're confident that the service can deliver.
Thank you. Lindy, joining online.
Just my comment as the other independent member. On paper, it does show that it is financially sustainable, but whether the assumptions used to get to the figures are doable is very questionable. And I'm a bit more conservative coming to making investments in those decisions. And with, I don't want to go into old projects, but there's been some projects that's not been so successful at council, and looking at the economic climate and what's happening not only with budget constraints at all councils in England, but also worldwide what's happening, it's a bit too risky from my point of view as an independent member. So there you've got another balance of an independent member thinking the opposite. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, or should we move to the vote? All right. Let's read this out. It is recommended that Audit and Governance Committee recommends to Council the approval of authorised borrowing of the Council to accommodate the 1.8 million financing for an extension at Two Rivers Meet Leisure Centre proposal. All those, we have a mover, don't we, and a seconder for the proposal. All those in favour, raise your hands.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And all those against?
1, 2, 3.
And any abstentions?
1.
It's carried. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it's been a huge effort. And I hope you appreciate that we really we recognise the huge amount of work and appreciate your efforts to talk us through it and get us comfortable. Thank you very much. Right, item 13. I am working towards hoping that we conclude by 10:30, by the way, if not sooner, if everybody's okay with that. I was hoping for it to be a bit sooner, but that turned into more of a lengthy, detailed discussion than but I think it was right that we did so. I don't think we should be deciding 1.8 million loans easily. Okay, so item 13, appointment of independent members. Sana, to give a verbal update.
I'll be really quick. The advert period has closed. It closed on Sunday evening at midnight. We have had 9 expressions of interest, although one of them, at least one, looks like it might have been AI generated. I've supplied a very crude matrix to the chair and vice chair, and we've got a meeting in the near future to discuss how you want to progress and shortlist. And we said at the last committee, any volunteers to be part of the panel. And I don't know, Chair, whether you have had any volunteers.
I have not. Everybody come forward at once. Cass Armstrong, would you be on the panel?
So I'll be happy to volunteer.
Thank you.
I think if you check the minutes, I volunteered myself as vice chair, but I think Councillor Tarling volunteered himself. It's in the minutes.
Individual members. Well, he's included now in his absence. And I will blame you if he doesn't recall that. Okay, brilliant, thank you very much. And just to note that this is the last meeting of our 2 current independent members, Lindy online, Sam here, and I want to take the opportunity to thank you both so much for all of your efforts over the 3 years, and many long meetings, and that is very much appreciated, and your input has been very welcome, and you've given an excellent challenge, and in many cases really advanced the way that we do things as a committee and the reports we receive. And so thank you very much for your efforts in that time, and we'll miss you. Thank you. Right, with that, last item, forward plan. Sanad, if you'd like to present.
Yep. The forward plan is presented as the appendix to the report, and further to the first question, I believe tonight, Councillor Connolly, you've already explained that there will be an addition to that forward plan with regard to at least one further future places meeting. So there'll be definitely an addition to the forward plan. And I think we've also heard a couple of other potential future plan issues, and we'll take the action sheet and make sure that they're added to the proposal as it stands currently.
Brilliant, thank you. So just on the other report, I mean, I think most of it is sort of as per the usual plan. It's the last part that I think there are some moving parts. So the Constitution Review Working Group, we are currently working through some of the changes to the way the council meets for council effectiveness. I'm just working through some of those with potential to bring in something like a guillotine motion to shorten meetings. That will come to one of the next ANG meetings as and when that work is ready. The governance and processes of regeneration projects with a focus on Carter's Quay, that one is expected to come to the next meeting. And I think that should be a particularly interesting one. And as a recollection, Councillor Bartlett, you looked quizzical. That's on a retrospective look on how we got to where we are with Carter's Quay, not to be confused with any ONS work on live projects. But we can talk about that afterwards. Right, risk management policy deeper dive. We are welcome to do deeper dives on any of the items that we want to that are raised. What we've talked about previously is one jointly with children's. So that is to suggest, as we discussed earlier, the idea would be to have an extended discussion on one of the corporate risk register items, so that we can ask the Cathy Hadley and we can invite the members of the Children's Committee to come to that, and we can just do a little bit more of an exploration of how the risk relates to that work plan and the governance there. And again, it's very much not to tread on the toes of other committees or other work. It's to make sure that we are looking from the lens of governance and the use of the risk management policy. So I don't think that should be a particularly lengthy addition to any meeting. So it's currently down for the May meeting, but that is one I might suggest pushing into one of the following few meetings as and when the other pieces are ready. So if that moves one meeting, that's why. Can I assume that nobody disagrees with pressing ahead with that? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I'm not comfortable with future places not being mentioned on the forward plan, and looking at, I mean, it's quite a busy plan, but looking at 3rd of September, I'm really uncomfortable with us waiting that long.
I was just about to get to that. That's the next.
Okay.
That's the next. So the future places, as we committed to, I expect it to be at the next meeting. It might be at the following one, depending on the complexity and length of the responses received from stakeholders. And I've also got a question about whether or not that, with the Carter's Quay item at the next meeting, might be a bit much. So what I will do is I will let the committee know as that work progresses through April on whether or not we can accommodate both in the May meeting or whether one goes into the subsequent meeting. But please be assured, I haven't forgotten about it. I don't intend for it not to happen urgently. After a very significant amount of work that's got into it, we are getting this finished. We are taking this to full council. We are getting that list of recommendations done before the next value for money report of the external auditor, no question. But I'll circle back with you in April as to whether or not it's the May meeting or the following meeting. I did not mean to imply it wasn't happening by not specifying which meeting it was. So apologies if that was that was implied. There's also this question, this council-owned company shareholder governance deeper dive, which is the next one on there. That is a piece of work that we asked for, looking at the progress against recommendations made on that topic when it came to ANG before. So the first review of future places was that council-owned company shareholder governance piece, and that had a series of recommendations. So I've got a question about whether or not we group them together because it's related to future places. So that's another of the moving parts to work through. That might be then brought forward into that meeting. So that is why. Artificial intelligence, we asked for an update of that. I think that was agreed. So the others that came up to today was, can we amend that risk management policy deeper dive to make that specific to the children's? And then earlier on today, we discussed a deeper dive on procurement for small businesses and the breadth of opportunities for small traders. Can we add that to the future plan in later on this year with the specific wording of the scope to be agreed by email? I can take that as an action for me to propose a wording and circulate it to you if everyone agrees with that. And then I have one further suggestion as an item, and that is kind of linked to this discussion on Two Rivers Meet. It's on the council's approach to invest to save decisions. So my question, and this is maybe one to think about, we don't necessarily need to sign it off now. My question is, Councillor Cox came back to us by email and I asked this question about the Two Rivers Meet, and it's about what work is done to consider the value for money for various investments across BCP services. So there's a finite amount that the council is likely to want to borrow. How can we be sure that Two Rivers Meet, for example, is in the risk appetite or is in the framework for what the cabinet wants to invest in, when they might actually get a better return from investing in other areas? And it's that question to me about how it's looked at in the round. You know, that 1.8 million for Two Rivers Meet, how would that have compared to 1.8 million spent on in commercial events or libraries or other income generating opportunities? So it's just this question about whether or not there's a kind of matrix for making decisions around what the priorities are for those investor save discussions. So that is one I was going to propose that you think about, and keen on your thoughts as to whether or not that would be of interest. I'm seeing some interest. I'm conscious that maybe it isn't fair to ask you as three of you aren't usual members, so I can see that you're a bit loath to sign the other members up to a piece of work in their absence. Are you content for it to be put on the forward plan with the understanding that if committee members subsequently decide not to press ahead with that, they can do so, but provisionally on the forward plan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Any other comments on the forward plan? Any other ideas? Anyone? Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I wrote to you on the 2nd of February asking for an item to be included on the forward work plan. Have you come to a conclusion on that?
Forgive me, you need to remind me on the subject. I'm sure I have, but this is on the governance of Lower Central Gardens.
That's correct.
That's correct. Yeah, happy for that to be. Forgive me, I had a note of that to be raised in this meeting as well. So forgive me for not having that to hand, but that was on my list of items. I'm happy to add that to the forward plan.
Thank you.
Does anybody disagree?
No, definitely support that.
Good. There's nothing to stop us adding deeper dives as we go through the year, as and when anybody wants to focus on a particular subject. I think that's a good forward plan with respect to extra items, because it leaves a bit of capacity if something comes up that we want to focus on. But we've got some work to be getting on with. Ms. Sanders, do you want to comment on anything? If any, that sounds like a reasonable workload for the committee.
Sorry, no, I don't need to comment. Thank you.
Good. Okay, I think that is all. Do we have consensus on that discussion and the actions taken? Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you and goodbye to everyone joining online. Good night.